Hello and welcome to the online Yeti Gaming Weekly Webcam. I myself, I am FreedomX15, and with me I've got baniRein.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Good. So this is the last, the Yeti webcam before we have a double event, um, double events this weekend. We've got EU Nationals and we've got Ascent Kuala Lumpur. Wow, very exciting. They'll both be streamed and you can watch either one. Very good.
Very excited to see what will be played. Always fun to follow around the meta and see. Very interesting to see how region by region the meta is a little bit different. There are some trends that tend to appear. I feel like Oceania always has been a little bit more on Merlin. The other region feels just a bit more like it. Like NA has liked Allies a little bit more than the rest. So it's always fun to see those little differences going from nationals to nationals every season, every year.
That's right. I feel like so Ascent KL will probably be very similar to Nationals, Southeast Asia Nationals, since they are in the same region. They were very Wind Allies heavy in that one. EU Nationals, that's a wild card to be because we've only seen one event, Utrecht.
Yeah, it's
There.
definitely
So
it hasn't been the biggest region, but there's some very good players coming from there. Henki had a very interesting Norm Donavash's Ari list at the Southeast Asia Nationals, I think, and that was very fun to see. I'm curious to see if he'll stay on something similar, if he's gonna go for something completely different. Today,
I
though,
feel
we
like it
have
might be.
some blast from the pack deck list. I see a Fire Diana. That's something we haven't seen in forever. Always nice to see play. It's a very powerful deck list, very vulnerable to disruption in some way. That's why a lot of people don't like running it. But when it goes fast, you level up to 3, you start applying those creeping torments to the enemy champion, and you just lock up the game.
So
Facing from it, Water
we've got
Arisana.
so
There's
we've got Semper Ignotus on Fire Diana, Umbra Fire Diana, and Stardust Sariel on Serene Water Arasana.
Yes, not a water classic cosmic bolt plan. Polaris letting you do with those aggro matchups. A much slower game than Diana is wanting to play here, I think.
Looking at the deck list, Stardust, the Arasana, you can see he's got two Shang-Shans. I wonder where this is going to come, where those will come in.
It's
Nice solid ally.
overall just a very solid ally. It's useful to have something to help clear the board. It's something also that maybe well, it's not immune to your own Polaris, but three health can be useful to survive some things. Against some of the more aggro decks like Pfizer, sometimes you could want to just Polaris deal 2 damage to the whole board, and maybe your own 2-3 allies will survive.
Yeah, like a lot of decks today in this meta are non-norm. So Shang-Shan is definitely great into this because you need 5 damage to clear it.
Very hard to kill sometimes.
That's one. So we've
How much
got
water does she have, in fact? I see the what's it called? Aquavitae, the potion that lets you draw 1 or 2 depending on how long it stays in the field. It's a card I really like. Hasn't seen much play, but pretty powerful for those slow grindy games. Fracturize, pretty much required in this current meta.
yeah,
And
that's definitely that's the one weakness that Fire Diana has. Just stop that level 3 attack and you're kind of done.
the Diana goes for a very slow start here. Obviously, you don't know turn 1 what your opponent is playing, etc. You could be expecting some allies seeing water in the other side. It could be some kind of Nico, maybe, if you're lucky or unlucky, depending on how you see this matchup. But this start of dropping 2 allies is not actually very great for leveling up going into an Arisana. Arisana is pretty happy to just leave those defensive allies on the board, and you just went 2 cards down in influence.
Oh, nice. So we got that turn 1 Shang-Shan play imbued. But yeah, exactly. Like turn 1, you don't want to clear that one of those 2 allies, the Stalwart Shield Mate. Don't want to give them that floating I would. For example, I wouldn't have played both of their solos because they kind of contradict. They conflict with each other. You want the draw from the Library Witch, but you can't because the Stalwart is taunted. But you also want the taunt.
Also, given that both of the decks today are running level 3 champions, that means neither of them are running the Censor Restful Piece that disables card abilities in graveyards, most notably Floating Memory. So there's no, depending on the deck you're playing, one of the good thing about that early Shangshan could have been to kill the Floating Memory and then try and disable it with a Censor, but it's not something that's going to be happening here.
Censor is one of those kind of like meta pick, based on what you're expected to verse. But when you do have it main board, it really throws your opponent off if they're very reliant on their graveyard.
Yeah, it's one of the best tool that decks have gotten, both against water mill decks, but also against basically any level 3 decks. Anything that goes to level 3 in this meta tends to run a fair amount of floating. So it can be a big blow, especially if they run nothing to deal with the Censor. It's not as powerful. Water decks can fracturize the Censor, recovering all their floating in the grave and getting the extra floating from fracturize. So against them, sometimes it's not as strong, depending on if they draw a card or not. But against other elements, very, very powerful slowing play.
I think that's probably a really good trade-off. They get fracturized and get that floating off it, but you also get a fractal, a reservable fractal out of it. Maybe you want to actually purposely put out a Censor just so that it'll force them to fracturize it.
Yeah, especially if you're playing fractal yourself, it could be a very nice bait play to make to try and raise your fractal count above what you need to kill them.
We got Semper here. He's put down a hasty messenger.
Yep,
he's got that hasty messenger behind, discarding the float. Yep, and so he's got it hiding behind that shield mate, so he's not going to be losing that. He is open to Polaris if he sees it, but Stardust has chosen to use a gentle respite.
Yeah, very, very slow start for both players. They're both comfortable to just wait, try and keep their influence up a little bit. You don't want to rush your game plan too much and end up unable to respond to what the opponent is playing. So, yeah, I'm fine taking your turn off, just going Grand Crusaders Ring, drawing an extra card, and letting this board not do anything on both sides.
I think
I'd be curious to see who will break that stalemate first.
I think Semper has to play it slow because he's up against a water deck. Normally, you just put all hands down, turbo the 3, and get that blast. But it is a water deck, so you do have to go a bit slower. And I think both players can afford to do that. Stardust is playing at his pace, whereas Semper has to play around it.
It's very curious to see the deploy gun shield be discarded here, because it's the only answer that the Diana deck has against the Fracturize that Water is playing. It's very scary, but almost game ending sometimes to have your Shadow Twin get Fracturized the turn you put it out, especially in response to the bullet loading, that special interaction where normally you always have the window to attack with your gun, but given that Shadow's Twin has a trigger when it's loaded, there's always a window for the opponent to respond and try and destroy your gun. So discarding that defensive measure here is a lot of value, a lot of floating. So leveling will be a smooth process from here.
Seeing the Shanshan's taken out the shield mate. Semper has done Cremation Ritual on his Library Witch, drawing 3. He's now got his double hasties, putting Stardust at 3. It's actually this is going very well for Semper. He's got double hasties out. He can discard. He can discard all his floating memory.
Yeah, he has 3 in the graveyard right now, I think. So should be very comfortable leveling up in the near future.
Got maneuvers, gun shield, and fast cure.
So the other big question will be how long. So as Arisana, as level 3 Arisana, the big question you have to ask yourself every game is how much do you greed, essentially? Because the faster you pop your Polaris and level to 3, the faster you can start digging for those cosmic bolts and
Mm,
going for the damage on your opponent. But the
mm,
more you wait and you stack more counters on it, the more cosmic bolts you have in your deck, and so the easier it is to actually hit them when you start glimpsing. So there's that balancing act of trying to see how long you can survive your opponent's onslaught before you start going from accruing value to going to those game winning lines.
Notice he hasn't activated the Polaris. He hasn't got it on the field. He's possibly avoiding the reduce to ash or a spurn meltdown.
Yeah, it's very possible that he'll wait and she maybe I think wait and activate it in your materialization. That way you can always crack it immediately if you get it
Mm,
in materialization. It doesn't enter rested, so you're kind of protected against those destruction effects.
mm. I think Stardust isn't actually there's no board. There's no allies on board, so he's not. They're not threatened by any. They don't have to do any like board wipes at the moment. Oh, there we go. So we've got the Polaris out. Now I think he's just gonna leave it there. He doesn't need it until those probably his two allies are gone, or
Yeah, maybe just feeling safe knowing you have
mm,
Frostbind or something in hand. Let's see how much negates is the deck running. None, I think, before level 3, right? I see some Astral Seal, some Horty counters, but no Frostbind or Serial
mm,
Decrees or anything. So
I can see.
no negates until a little bit.
Just saying he's got three in his main board. He's got three fracturizers. Yeah, he's sideboards Spell Shield Astra. I've seen a lot of decks now just sideboarding it rather than having it in the main.
Yeah, I can see a lot of deck doing that because it's still, after all, a late game card, right?
Mm,
It's really good against those big swings, but sometimes especially against more aggro matchups like Faiza or the Suzaku deck. It's a
mm.
dead card until you get to level 3, so you'd prefer something that will help you survive until you get to that level 3.
So we've got Simpo. He's put down a taser shot, although but hasn't opted to DG to 3. If he hasn't, I'm not sure. Stardust is now level 3, so that taser shot isn't going to do much except that 1 damage. Normally, when you level up, you take 4 damage.
Sometimes that's the intended, it's a threat, kind of a bait. You put out a taser shot saying to your opponent, well, you need to level up this turn even if you don't really want to. Otherwise, I'm hitting you with a taser shot. So not planning on using it, but just forcing that maybe awkward level up. We see the Aquavite come out, so Stardust thing. I'm confident that this game will probably last for another 3 turns while I stack this potion, so I can get some card advantage that way. And why not, right? Only on 1 HP. You still have a fairly big window. The Diana's not threatening anything. Yes, there'll be the gun
Mm.
at some point, but that's in a while, right? You think you're safe. You can wait a bit, take some damage. I
I think
also don't
Emperor's
see
going to put a 4 damage counters, I believe. Or was Novice Healer a 1 power?
I think the 1 damage is accurate. I
Mm.
think that the counter on Semper's board is that 1, I think? I'm not sure. Not the easiest to see. I also see in the Arizona deck list, except for Harrison herself, the level 2
Mm.
has the ability to sacrifice 2 herbs with the same name to draw an extra card. Apart from that, and the potion, there's not really a lot of ways to draw extra cards in the deck. So there's
Mm.
no, unlike in say the Diana versus Merlin matchup, the Creeping Torment's always a threat because Merlin draws those extra cards. In this deck, you can always just say no to drawing extra cards, and so be kind of safer unless Diana has extra cards that you need to care about. Some Umbral
Mm.
Tides or the Is Semper playing the bubble? Yes, playing the bubble of abundance. So that's the way that Diana's love to proc their creeping torments. Creeping torments proc on the second card drawn each turn. So the bubble of abundance that lets each player draw a card is an easy way to make your opponent draw a second card, and so take all those 2 damage per creeping torment.
That's good. So we just had Semper make an attack with Shadow's Twin into Stardust, with the Mindbreak Bullet, ripping the Frostbind and the Dungeon Guide from the memory.
Yeah, Mindbreak Bullet, not a card that every Diana plays, but very powerful. Especially with Shadow's Twin being able to discard 2 cards from your opponent's memory. -2 influence is sometimes backbreaking. You know, being able to essentially probably deny 1 card played per turn to your opponent can be big.
Now, it doesn't look like much. It looks like we're playing at Semper's tune here. He's got the
Yeah, it's a good position for Diana, being able to start stacking those curses, and there's still no defensive options from the Arisana, but Arisana is still in that phase of the game where she's stacking up. You know, there's always a possibility of going into your kill lines, going for cosmic bolts, and hitting multiple of them in a row, and doing a lot of damage that way. That bubble of abundance though will be scary. Also will can serve as a sort of Damocles, being a threat against the use of the Prima Materia that Arisana just played. So the Prima Materia is great because you can draw at fast speed, so you can draw on your opponent's turn, and so skirt the 1 card limit from the Creeping Torrents that way. You know, you draw on your turn, then you Prima Materia on their turn. But now, whenever you try to draw with Prima Materia, the Diana can just say, "Well, crack bubble in response," and then you'll take that damage.
Here we are. We're just going to have both players put the life counters there to make it easier to look at.
So 9-2, it seems. So we were not quite there yet. Close, but not quite there.
Yep. Yeah, like you said, that pre-material draws at fast speed, so you can draw on your opponent's turn, or you can draw at the opponent's turn. And he's got that bauble of abundance to try and get a second draw to take 4. Oh, he's on 4, 3, 4, 6, 8.
Oh, he just got his taser shot again. Does that mean is that the only bullet in the deck?
Yes. So I've looked at the material. He's got a taser shot and a penetrator round.
Yes, the 0 damage bullet that prevents prevents damage prevention. Let's say like that. So yeah, it can be okay to take the taser shot just because it's that 1 extra damage. Oh, an increasing danger. Nice. So again, forcing a draw on your opponent.
Yeah.
So you do get that creeping torment damage, which would be 8 here.
I think giving him the increasing danger means that he can't risk using the Prima Materia draw, or be forced to take 8 damage.
I think he cracked the bubble this turn, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. He gave him the bauble.
Yeah, so he cracked the bubble and went for the increasing danger for those 2 card draws in the same turn. So Arisana could Prima Materia here. So Creeping Torment is only the second card you draw in a turn. So if you end up drawing more than that, then you kind of unlock all the other draws for free for the rest of the turn. So you say like, okay, I'll just go ahead, get it all done with, and try to prevent further damage in the next turns. And also find an answer here because you're on 23 HP as Arisana. It's starting to get kind of scary. You do still have your Serene Spirit. Arisana is on Serene Spirit of Water.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a 6 health recover we can get.
Regenerate is also a very good card. Regenerating healing 3.
2, I think. Oh, and Chalice of
Just
Blood.
mistake 2.
So Chalice of Blood, interesting, because that will be more Creeping Torment damage.
Oh, it's got the Umbral Tithe down. It's gonna force those draws.
So that will be 8 and 4 damage, 12. Is there any way for the Arisana to survive? You could always. So if you release the Serene Spirit, you go down to 15. So you can afford to take the 8 damage from the Creeping Torment by you crack the Chalice of Blood, and then Lineage Release in response, so before the Creeping Torment does damage. So you go to 18 and then 23, you draw 2 cards, and you hope to find an answer to the 4 damage from Umbral Tithe? Maybe?
Oh, he's got some... He's got... He's got to find 12... He's got to find somehow to mitigate 12 damage. So he's got 8 from the Curse, 4 from the Umbral Tithe. You can use that. You can try and use that ingredient pouch to try and roll for a recover herb, but he has really he serenely he did lineage releases Serene Spirit.
Yeah. Always remember to crack your Chalice of Blood before you recover.
Now, players do some people do tend to forget that the curses the curses like resolve 1 at a time, so you could take 2, go to 21, then crack the chalice in response before the next one happens. But the game is ended there.
Yeah, seems we got a concession here. It can be the right play if you know your deck enough. Maybe you know that no matter what you draw with that chalice, you're probably not finding an answer, right? So just concede, get a minute more for maybe a game 3 in the later in the round.
Like you can play around the Creeping Torments. Like you can purposely take damage and then resolve in the middle. Like Luxem Xander can play around that really really well.
Yes, indeed. That was a rough matchup back in the days of nationals. Yes, last year. Diana was one of the reasons that Lux and the Xanders changed element in their sideboard. That and Erupting Rhapsody, the Fracturize was also useful for your own Lantern. But yeah, Diana used to be a really rough matchup for the deck. So let's look at those sideboards. What could they bring in? Do you think Sempergnosis brings Serene Fire here? Probably, I'd say probably not, right? You
Probably
prefer the
not.
extra card. Not. You're not scared of your life points.
I think Semper is in a good position to just stick with Realist Spirit for the extra draw. Could take out the... So it doesn't need a Smoke Bomb, so you can take that out for the backup charger. Doesn't need a Flash Grenade. You can take out all his kind of like damage prevention.
Doesn't need disenchant indeed. The Resolute Stand probably not. Yeah, do you
take out the Smoke Bomb? You can take out probably the Penetrator round to put in the Flash Grenade, so you have 2 in, 2 out.
Penetrator round's interesting because you know the Arisana is probably running Astro Shield.
Oh yes, so might see that actually swap. Goes Serene, Preventions, Nascent Barrier, Spell Shield Astra.
Yeah, those are some very interesting questions. You saw that the Arisana is on Serene Water and has very few water cards, so maybe you drop the Viridian Protective Trinket?
Could be.
For a backup charger?
You can go down. He's got Semper has 4 carders. He could potentially go down to 2 or even 3 in place of like Devil's Aim.
Demon's Aim could be interesting.
Demon's Aim is another one of unblockable cards.
What about, let's look at Sariel's sideboard. So Lunar Conduit is probably not worth running. It's for those floor matchups where you're expecting some recover and you want to find the extra damage, or if there's like a 30 HP Tanaris that you know is a bit too beefy for your usual number of Cosmic Bolts. Song of Frost, really amazing in the matchup. You pretty much need those.
Yep.
Spell Shield Ultra could be good. Blanche doesn't do much. It does help protect against the 4 damage from Umbral Tide. I don't think it's worth to run just for that, but it would be a very funny thing to see out. Because the Diana is expecting maybe exact lethal, and then you go, haha, Blanche. But probably not worth running, unless there's really something you want to remove because there's no use in your deck.
As a reminder, yeah, Blanche does not prevent the Creeping Torment as it's unpreventable. So, and yeah, it'll only prevent the Umbral Tithe, so not really helpful here. Sonic Frost, yes, you need those. Dawn's Reversal
could be fun.
Yeah,
it helps push some damage, but it's more of a if you have cards you'd like to remove from your deck, and I don't know if there's really much that you feel is completely useless in this deck.
Could probably check out the Comet Falls because Diana is usually one of those one.
True, Comet Fall is worth removing, but those could probably be replaced by the Meteor Strikes I see in the sideboard because those can deal with the gun. Automated Gardener, maybe you don't really need the allies. Oh well, and there Cyril goes and plays the Automated Gardener, so probably not removed from the deck.
You want the gather from that. Well, it's also a good solid turn 1 play. It's a solid 2/3 ally for 3 costs, regardless of the gather part.
Yeah, it can clear a hasty messenger every turn. That is probably very relevant. And here comes the hasty.
So Stardust has opted to go first. He did, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Second play. Ooh, Focus Flame. Interesting.
Oh yeah.
And that was main board, right? So we didn't see it game 1, but that's main board. 2 Focus Flames in the main board. Very useful against allies heavy deck, but here it protects your hasty messenger. If it's worth a card to you, that can be good.
Solid card though. Solid card deals 4, clears any 4 health, especially like Asins or even any like G3.
So getting an early Polaris this game. Maybe emboldened by the fact that you didn't see any reduced to ash game 1. And passing the turn too. Let's see, what kind of fast thing could we be expecting? Maybe just a fast gear. So Creative Shock. Hopefully get more floating in the grave. A reposition. Exactly what you want to see.
I don't see why you wouldn't to activate the Polaris. I mean, if he's got a destruction, he's got it, right? You know, if you have it, you have it. But I think since he didn't see it turn 1, he probably thinks he doesn't have it.
Yeah, it can be worth to put out early just for that reason. And Diana is probably not the kind of deck that runs the most destruction either. It's a deck that's very focused on its own game plan. You know, it's going. My deck is faster than yours. I can just kill you before you have time to answer it. So playing anything that's not fast is just reducing my chances to win. So we do level to 2 off of that fast gear, also banishing a Prima Materia. Sadly, we do not hit any double herbs, so no draw incoming at the end of the turn.
It's got exactly 4 different herbs, so he gets to level 3, he can get the Prima Materia brew.
Maybe we'll just see another Automated Gardener giving us that herb double. Oh, we passed the turn.
Oh, he's banished 1 Prima Materia, so he's only got 1 more in the deck.
Prima Materia is a card that's very nice to see. It both helps you draw more cards, activate more spells, do more damage with your Cosmic Bolts. But it's also something that's really just a plus. You know, it's a great value engine, but you don't need it to win with the deck.
No, definitely, yeah.
It's one of those cards that you don't mind discarding early too much. Ooh,
definitely one of those win more cards, really.
Dungeon Guide's especially good on Diana because while you banish 2 to level up, the fact that you leave 1 in your memory is very relevant, as Diana wants to use that 1 extra in memory to pay for the Diana 1 lineage release and get the Shadow's Twin.
Yeah.
Like we see here.
Yeah. We've got Stardust has got four cards in hand, hopefully. You think it's a Song of Frost? Let's see.
Song of Frost or Fracturize would be very important here.
Okay. So he's letting the loading go through, so it's not a Fracturize.
So Song of Frost is great because it buys you a turn. Oh, taking that early damage and that early taser shot is very, very damaging. We'll see if Arizona can come back from that, but that means you're not able to level up this turn because you take an extra 8 damage. That's getting you rather closer to the end of the game that you want. But if you don't level up, well, you just give an extra turn for Diana to just attack you again, and that's not much better. Oh, and cracking the Grand Crusader's Ring here. So we are taking damage from the Creeping Torment.
I think that's right. I think Simpa now knows that Stardust hasn't got anything in hand that can help him here. So he's just gonna keep going.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of game that you want to see as Diana. Some healing. I think we missed the Creeping Torment damage here, right? Since the Grand Cruiser's Ring was cracked.
1, 2.
Because we were already at 8 from the Shadow's Twin swing, but we didn't take the 4 damage from the Creeping Torment.
He did materialize and immediately banish it, so he should have the first draw for turn. That should be the second draw. Oh yeah, there we go. Now they've just
there we go.
They've just seen that.
No, that was just the swing damage from the second Shadow's Twin attack. So we're not at 4 Creeping Torments. Carter coming in to clear the board. Are we sacrificing?
He's still on the activation. He's still on the activation, so I think. Oh. Just holding a moment while they check the creeping torment damage.
There we go.
Yeah.
Clarified the game state. So let's go back to that Carter. We do sacrifice the Dungeon Guide to give the extra damage on Carter. Push just a little more. Clear the Novice Healer. And get Arizona dangerously close to death. We do still have the Serene Spirit, which is nice. But you were hit by Taser Shot again, so you can't really level up. And that's really that dilemma that Diana loves inflicting turn after turn. It's well, you take damage if you level up, but you take damage if you don't. And there's not much you can do.
There we go.
It's kind of a prison deck, but just through dealing a lot of damage every turn. So the Umbral Tide should make the game here. So it's important to remember that the lineage release from the Spirit does go on the stack. So you release it. The release it is a cost. It's immediate. So you lose access to all your water cards, but you don't get the Recover 6 until the ability is fully resolved and your opponent has had a chance to respond to it. And that's what we see here, and that spells game.
Unfortunately, Stardust was just locked out of the game. He was already hit with. Once he was hit with the first Shadow's Twin attack, he kind of got locked out. 2 Creeping Torments early. No response on that one. Gets hit again. Gets 4.
Yeah.
He was just locked out. Yeah.
Sorry. That's what happens whenever you play against a Diana. It's a deck that demands you to have answers, and if you just happen to not see them, unfortunately, that will be a very quick game against you.
Yep. Diana, which was a Fire Umbra Diana, which was very strong during the ALC MRC season. Now we don't see it today, so it's like you could consider it one of the kind of those like rogue decks. because you're not ticking for Diana anymore. You're ticking for the fractals and allies and such like that.
Yeah, it's not the kind
So,
of deck you sideboard against nowadays, but that's also the big strength of rogue decks, the fact that no one is expecting them, no one is teching against you. So
like
maybe
Stardust did have fracturizers and frostbinds to help mitigate that matchup, but yeah, if you're not expecting it,
yeah, and you maybe I don't remember how much Stardust glimpsed at the start of the game, but sometimes there's always glimpsing at the start of the Serene Spirit. I feel is often the hardest, most game-changing decision you can make. The I do tend, depending on the decks, I've played a lot of Luxem that also runs Serene Spirit, and sometimes just glimpsing more than you expect ends up being the right choice because you want to dig deeper. You you pay for that glimpse, right? It costs you an extra card because you draw 6 instead of 7. So you pay for that glimpse. You should probably use it. And sometimes, yeah,
like
maybe
you want to glimpse as much as possible and find that Song of Frost as quickly as possible.
yeah, honestly, against Diana, it might be worth it to just glimpse everything at the bottom until you see a fracturize. Because if you fracturize that Shadows Twin, there's really not much that the Diana is able to do after that. It's a very single game plan deck. They do tend to run a second gun, often the Seeker's Rifle, because that has Spell Shroud, but it's still a lot weaker than the Shadows Twin can be. So,
so like, do you think you'll see any Fire Dianas in this weekend?
this weekend, I'd be very surprised. There might be one or two. I don't think it's oftentimes rogue decks are rogue decks for a reason, right? They've fallen out of the meta because there's too many answers to it. Guoja is still kind of popular, and the a lot of the Shenjus have taunt, which is very very powerful against Diana, especially because you can't kill them in a single attack. Even if Shadow's Twin can do a lot of damage, Shadow's Twin is never doing 12 to kill Seryu.
That's fine. We probably won't see Fire Dianas, but we have seen Wind Park Ranger Diana though.
Yes, that's a very different deck though. It's very much so an aggro, big swing allies deck. Quite powerful.
It's not
It has some
necessarily.
good results. But yeah, especially with I've yet to see a lot of people play it with the new cards, but there have been some very interesting Diana cards printed in Abyssal Heaven, like the what's it called, the Horse Archer. It has range 5 if you have a horse.
Oh, Captain's Archer.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the one with the horse. No, sorry, that's Horse Archer.
Yeah. So yeah, naturally range 2 and an extra range 3 with Equestrian if you have a horse. So swinging for 6 off of a single distant is a lot of damage, and a lot of decks aren't really able to deal with that.
Exactly. But yeah, like Fire Diana is now considered more like a rogue deck in this meta. Although like Diana isn't gone completely. Now we've got Wind Park Ranger Diana because we've got two new wind cards in the Ranger deck. I have seen only like maybe one or two Water Dianas kind of pop up. They're more like ally based as well.
There's a Canadian player that did very well at I think it was Santa Clara, Amphibie, that really loves Water Diana, has played a lot of different versions of it. It is definitely allies oriented nowadays. It's really just a nice mid-range water ally strategy that just so happens to have a big gun as a game ender if you need to. You don't often need to because some of those water allies are very powerful, but having a way to finish the game if it's starting to stalemate is very good. It's nice for some decks to have that versatility, especially in the material deck. That makes it so much more powerful. Some decks can run, say, a big attack to close out the game. We can think of some, say, Wintoni lists that were playing allies, but just had 4 heavy swings because you can just, do some damage here and there. And then if you need to, you just put everything down and swing for 6 and close out the game that way. It's the same principle. But being in the material deck, it's just that much stronger because you always have access to it.
Well, I think we'll hit into a short break until round 2. But well, we got about like 25 minutes until the next round. But stay tuned for more Yeti weeklies.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll be getting into game two very soon. We already have our matchup decided. We have a Vanitas playing Razor Gale. Also, haven't seen that in a while. It's kind of a risky strategy now that everyone is main decking Fantasia removal.
Mm.
It's always sad to see some decks just be collateral for other decks being in the meta. You know, everyone's taking against fractals, and so Razor Gale's taking a bit aside. We also have a Fire Gojia running Serene, the dragon.
Looking at this deck list, I'm pretty sure this might be just a new player. This.
It's always great to see
Yeah.
not only that new players are able to win games, because this is a round two of both players are 1-0, they won their first game. So it's always great to see both that new players are playing game and that the recollections are quite playable out of the box. You know, you can definitely win games. You might not win some very big events, but you'll have a lot of fun at your locals.
It's definitely a fun deck to play. I think this is the deck I chose Gorgia at the Recollection event in Ascent Melbourne. Definitely very fun. It is also kind of like a solid deck. It's got like got a solid base. You can upgrade it for like very little. It only needs very little upgrades, and it's still solid. A lot of Fate Stones there are very great.
Yeah, and a lot of great little tech pieces. You have Shatter the Brittles, and you have what's it called? I'm blanking. The spell that does 2 damage and gives you a quest counter.
Oh, Broken Promises. No.
Yes. No, Promise is the one that sacrifices a face stone to draw a card, right? I'll find it.
No, it's not in this. It's not in this deck.
Oh, okay. So there's been some modifications to the deck list.
Yeah.
Probably just finding the cards you prefer and the extra card. That's also the nice thing about the recollections. You have a full playset of everything, so you can tune the deck to your liking. So both players opening up with the
Lava Plume,
card
Lava Plume, and the Lava Plume and the Unrelenting. Those are very solid Fate Stones in a fire deck.
Yes, yes.
Oh yes. So we've opened with the Foraging Fox. That's a search card.
Yes, it's a look at top 5 and find a Fate Stone and to your memory.
Yeah.
Not as good as some of the options Sylvie was running back in the Slime days, the Blissful Callings and whatever. Though there is some uses, you know, sometimes, well, you don't really level up to 3 in Gojia, but you, well, naturally. But sometimes it's useful to have that 2-drop that draws into memory, just because it makes that 3 and it allows you to level up. So the Vanitas deck is on Serene Wind, obviously, because it's great on Vanitas to have that extra 6 HP for basically free, because you don't lose access to that element since Vanitas is Wind himself.
Yep.
I'm also seeing something interesting in Vanitas's material deck. We have Backup Charger, we have Pretentious Tengu, we have Windspire Crest, and we have all 3 bubbles and Grand Crusader's Ring. And Fan of Insight. Every single card in the material deck is either Vanitas or draw a card.
A draw a card, yeah. But his sideboard has his sideboard has the other cards that you would normally see in the main deck and the material deck. So he's got the Sacred Amulet, the Viridian Trinket, the Tariff Ring. They're on the side. So I think
it's a shift of priority. I don't need answers. I just want to draw more cards.
Yeah.
So that one is the Lava Plume, I think, the one that turns into the Hasty Messenger Phoenix.
Yes, correct. As fast activation on into 2 cost fast activation on into as a spell deal X unpreventable damage, where X is the amount of other Fate Stone or Fate Bound you control. In this case, 1. Sorry,
1, which was used to kill the Windmill Engineer.
Yeah.
We also see the end of turn Fabled Azurite Fate Stone effect. You banish a card from your memory and draw a card. It's just, you know, getting rid of one card you don't like to possibly get a better one, but it gives you a quest counter from your Fate Stone. You want to banish all those cards from your memory. Even better if it doesn't cost your card.
Ooh. Here we've got a level up to 1, and then glimpsing is 4. Level 1 Vanitas.
So this Razor Gale deck has pretty much only one idea in mind: finding said Razor Gales.
Yeah.
Is the core of the deck. You find them as fast as you can, you get them on the board, and then you just cast all your cheap win spells like Fairy Whispers and to do 1 damage every time you activate a win card. So we see the first Razor Gale. That should cost only 2 here. Oh, there's 2 Razor Gale. That is quite the start.
Okay. Now, Joel's deck, his whole deck is wind, so he's going to be activating every card he's activating is wind. He's going to be pinging 2 damage to the champion each turn. Not each turn, every time.
It is much easier as Vanitas to find those early Razor Gales and to get them on the board since they cost only 2 with that Cleric class bonus. But since you glimpse 6 from your Serene Spirit and you glimpse 4 from Vanitas level 1 from having a Wind Spirit in your lineage, looking to possibly 18 cards, yeah.
I know that because he's playing the Recollection deck, I believe he's got Expel the Departed that destroys a Fantasia.
There should be. Let's see. Yes, there are 3 in the main boards right now. So those are nice to find.
Yep.
Is there there's some different philosophies building Razor Gale on how much ways of getting the Razor Gale backs if they're destroyed you want. There's the I'm blanking on the Cyclical Breeze that brings a wind spell card from your deck from your graveyard back to your hand. There's 3 in the main board.
Yep. There is that new ritual card, Primeval Ritual, which you as an additional cost sacrifice an ally, but you bring back a wind card from your graveyard. Is it wind spell or just wind?
I think it's any wind card.
Just wind element a card, yeah.
I don't see it in the deck though. Probably judging it's not worth it.
It's not worth it. Yeah, I'd say it's not worth using this card. Cyclical Breeze is probably sufficient.
Usually enough. It's also the deck doesn't seem to be running that many allies either, so not a lot of things to sacrifice. Although Unbroken Mustang is a very good sacrifice target. Once it's on the board, you don't really need it for anything else.
Yeah, it's a pure like low cost spells. It's dead.
So Vanitas will be drawing cards.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the plan for the next couple of turns. The more cards you have in hand, the more cards you can activate and the more damage you can do. And we see the train start to go. So Fairy Whispers will deal 2 damage from every Razor Gale. We look at 3 cards, we find a win card, which is most of the deck. We'll recollect and then start doing more stuff, each dealing 2 damage. And those things stack up very fast. See, there's a big dilemma in that glimpse 3.
Mm-hmm.
We keep. That's a new ALC altar card that finds a win card, right? I forget the name.
That's the Gale Stream Insight.
Yes. So that mostly is used to find more Razor Gales.
Yeah, it is search the top 5, I believe.
6?
Look at the top 5 or 6. And get a win element card.
Yep, so look at top 6 and you find a spell card. Doesn't even have to be wind. The Razor Gales are indeed spells. Most Fantasias are either fractals or spells. Costs 1 less as a cleric, and also has a memory 4+ effect of costing also 1 less. We see the first one.
Yep, first one being activated for 3. So that one is just costing 1 less. No, it doesn't. It doesn't count. It can't count itself. Oh, it can count itself. Sorry. Oh no,
It
no,
can
sorry,
count it.
it can't. It
It
can't.
can't. Because you need to already have 4 in
That's right.
when you pay the cost.
So he's taking.
So we find that Cyclical Breeze, that can bring back a wind spell. So Cyclical Breeze was the card. So very useful because you can not only get back your Razor Gills, but Cyclical Breeze is any wind spell. So you can bring back Galestream Insight, do 2 more damage, and go even deeper. You can bring back your Fairy Whispers. A lot of those cycling cards just all combo together to find more of themselves and rack up the damage.
I've got Auntie here who's Auntie's decided to materialize the other faded keepsake, which will allow him, if he would take 7 or more damage, he would only take he'll prevent all but 6 of that.
Not really the most relevant card against Vanitas. It's usually all those 1 damage pings. However, it is a card neutral materialization, so you banish a card, draw a card. But banishing a card is good because you want to get to that Serene really fast. It's your main game plan.
Yep, he's currently at 6 quest counters.
There's also the Craggy Face Stone on the board that will be relevant very soon. So it gets a buff counter every time the opponent materializes a 0-cost Regalia, which, as we just mentioned, was pretty much the entirety of Joel's material deck.
That's everything. Yep.
And at 2, you can flip it. It becomes a 2/2 with Spell Shroud, so a 4/4 since it needs to have 2 buff counters. And it prevents the opponent from materializing any 0-cost Regalia, which again is most of Joel's deck. And since most of the deck is wind spells, so all the answers that Joel normally would have against cards like this, like Zephyr, don't work because the Craggy Fatestone will have Spell Shroud on the other side. So quite a powerful card.
He's found a second Craggy Fatestone from the Foraging Fox.
Quite useful to have redundancy if it's dealt with.
Yeah.
The big problem that finding 2 at different times has is that once one flips, your opponent can't activate materialize 0-cost Regalias anymore. So you have very little ways of flipping the second one. You do have the Strengthen the Bonds in the deck that can put buff counters on not only Fate-bound allies, but Fate Stones. So you can put them on your Craggy before it flips, and so make it flip faster.
Looks like Auntie hasn't caught that the GCR being materialized to give the buff counter to the Craggy Fatestone. So that GCR should be the second materialization.
So we are deciding maybe doing something before we collect.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Oh, and we'll flip it immediately. So again, that's it. That has 2 base powers, 2 buff counters on it. It's a 4/4. And
4/4 Spell Shroud, so obstinate Cragback.
The Vanitas deck is also not running any Ace and Protectors, which is one of Win's best way of beating allies with allies. There is the Vainglory Retribution, the nice Vanitas spell that prevents an attack if it up to 4 damage, and gives you that much attack on your next swing on your next turn. So that could be a way of dealing with the Pangolin, possibly.
That too. The only allies I can see in Joel's deck is 4 Unbroken Mustangs and 3 Dream Fairies.
Also the Windmill Engineers.
Oh yeah, that too.
See, not a lot of ways of dealing with a 4/4. Also, seems to have decided that with 2 Razor Gals on the board, 3 Razor Gals on the board, very scary. there's not a lot of need to actually level up,
No.
right? You're happy keeping more cards and dealing more damage. Oh, and that's a dominating strike. Another of those Vanitas Last bonus. This one says you can reveal 3 wind element cards from your memory instead of paying for its cost. So it's essentially a free 4 damage swing. It's also a win card, so we get 3 damage from that, then 4 damage from the swing, that's 7. And that's very, very close to dead for the Guajia. 2 cards in hand could be a lot of things. There's 2 3 visits in the deck. And there you go, Veiling Breeze, 1-cost card in response to the only thing that would prevent the damage.
Mm. Inactivation triggers 3 Razor Gales.
Explaining that explaining to NT here that the damage goes on the stack in response to before the Safeguard Amulet itself enters the board, so there's no window to banish the amulet to get that prevention.
Yeah.
And so that will be game 1. So the Vanitas deck, is there anything in the sideboard here? Revealing Mesmer is the new interesting Fantasia that removes Spell Shroud, but only from a champion, so it does not offer any way of dealing with either the Pangolin or the dragon. Could get in the Safeguard Amulet. Always useful when you're expecting some Arcane Blasts.
Yeah. I mean, he's got the water and wind baubles. He can side those out.
Yeah,
No
so you
reason
can
to
get
not.
Safeguard and Tariff. Very Protective Return Kit is not useful. Innervate Agility also very good against Arcane Blast, or against just a dragon swinging at your face for 4 or 5 every turn.
Yep.
Verdigris Decree is a spell, right?
It is a spell.
Alright, so not a way of dealing with the dragon there, or with the pangolin.
No, but it's a solid card. Plus 2 attack or suppress.
Suppress an ally. It
Suppress an ally
could,
or destroy a Fantasia, but don't need to destroy your own. But it's just another. It's a tool.
yeah, it's a useful tool sometimes. Probably not worth it in the matchup. It's usually something you get in against when you really know you will be getting that double value. Usually, it's the main Fantasia tech for the deck.
Yeah. Now, Auntie isn't playing with a sideboard, so he's keeping the same deck.
Yes. So the best way for Guajia here to win is to find those early Expel the Departed. They are key to mitigate a lot of damage. Just one here would have been like when the first Razor Guild was played, and Expel the Departed would have been something like 7 damage prevented. I think over the course of the game.
Yeah. Now keep in mind he does this is just the recollection deck. There's no nullifying lantern to prevent those cyclical breezes.
No, but those still need to be found. And there's we said 3 in the deck, I think. Yes, 3. And they're one of the cards that are, if you see them early, they're probably a card that you would glimpse away at the bottom of your deck to find more Razor Gals. Usually, I think. So there's that that risk of how safe do you play versus how much do you greed for your Razor Gals. Because you could be much faster, or you could play around a possible Fantasia removal. Another card neutral play from Guajia, this time the Face Stone of Revelation, works very similar to Baby Gray for those that played Slime previously, this time asking you to reveal Fate Stone of Fate-bound cards. Also has the possibility of turning into a 2/2 if you ever have spare cards to put down and pay the cost.
I like that there are more kind of like those look at the top kind of like search cards. Now this one does not have the intercept, so it's not as as powerful as a baby gray, but it's still solid 2/2.
Ooh, and 3. That's a lot of cycling and card searching from Auntie on this first turn.
Mm. That's a lot of searching, but
Very.
particularly he's going to. He might miss. He might be putting down those the expelled departers to the bottom.
Are the what's the type line on expel? Because technically you don't have to find. It says any Fate Stone card. So it says a Fate Stone. The expel is a Fate bound. So expel would work for Fate Stone of Revelation, but you cannot
yeah.
find it with the Fox. A lot of the cards in Guojia's deck are sneakily Fate bound typing. You don't realize
Yeah.
that they synergize with the rest of the thing because you think it's only the flip cards, but no, a lot of the support cards also have that typing. So kind of a similar game plan on the other side. You play neutral cards. You know, it costs you 1 card, but it draws you a card back. You go a bit deeper, try to find your Razor Gals or your all the good support cards that you need.
Mm-hmm.
Guojia obviously leveling to 1 on turn 2. You play that deck because you want to get to the dragon as fast as you want, so there's really no reason to not level up on turn 2. Another Faithful Revelation. A very, very dry, heavy hand. Showing the material deck again, showing no changes. Oh, and we're reclaiming the Windmill Engineer in Recollect while we know that there's no shenanigans. Don't want it to get attacked, don't want it to get killed by a Fate Stone like it happened last turn. Last game. Especially since we just saw it being revealed by the Fox.
Yeah. So Windmill Reclaim is a solid combo. Helps it go neutral. You're basically just going +1.
Four costs, so we're playing the Craggy Face Stone again? Yes.
Yep. Yes.
Very powerful against this Vanitas deck. Level up, use the float, glimpse 4, and then we'll be able to see how many Razor Gale this Vanitas has found. We'll be at 8 cards, so can only play 2. We can play 2 and play something afterwards, like a Fairy Whispers.
Now the question is, has he seen a Razor Gale?
It would be very unlucky not to, but it can always happen.
Yeah, he hasn't seen one yet, I believe.
So that's a Dominating Strike and a Cycling Breeze.
Yep.
Seems like Joel has not seen a Razor Gale yet. There's very few reasons to play the Windmill Engineers before and not after, since they're win cards. They get you 1 damage from Razor Gale.
Could be a solid chance that because they were 3 together, they might have been shuffled together.
Always make sure to shuffle your deck properly. But even if you shuffle them properly, sometimes they end up together. It's what randomness means. If you make sure to split them apart every time, that means you're cheating. Yeah. Shuffle your deck better. So going to level 2 immediately. So going quite down on influence, but that will turbo your Seryu flipping. And that's pretty much the game plan here. You know you need to kill that Razor Gale fast because you have few defensive options in the deck.
So he's banished the Journey's Beginning and Flame Recall.
Yeah, Flame Recall, not the most useful cards. We just mentioned how Vanitas has very few allies and they're all very small. So killing them, not useful. It's definitely the kind of card that you want to be banishing here.
Should be at 3 quiz counters.
Should be at 3 now before deciding.
Hmm.
Yeah, so shrine 4 should be at 5, I think, because there should be the end turn proc from the previous turn.
Yeah, so the level 1, 2 from level 2, and then 2 that you just banished. So you should be at 5.
So in hand, I see Idle Thoughts. I see the Strength in the Bonds I mentioned last game that can help put buff counters on that Craggy and make it flip faster.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a very decent proposition, I think. Oh, we're flipping the interesting. So we're racing another way. We don't want to. We already used a lot of cards to level up. We don't want to use more cards and have limited options. So flipping the Fate Stone is a good way of putting cards into your memory if you want to level up, and doing so without activating any cards, without losing anything in your influence.
Yeah. So go to the in phase, banishing 1 card. They're just currently resolving. Oh yeah, there we go. Banishing the Idle Thoughts, draw a card.
Idle Thoughts is also something that you're very happy to see banished here instead of something more important.
Put them at 5. Should be at 6, but
should be a 6. We'll get someone in there soon
there.
to correct the situation. Fairy Whispers at the end of turn. Trying.
He's still
probably desperately to find those Razor Gales.
Yeah.
Finding another Fairy Whisper. As I mentioned earlier, those can just chain and chain and chain and chain. Much better when you already have Razor Gales on the board, so those chains end up doing a lot of damage. But still respectable to try and find them. And find them we did. First Razor Gale. So Vanitas level 2 has this effect that whenever you activate a spell card, your next attack this turn gets +1 damage. So those Fairy Whispers and that Razor Gale, since it's a spell, do all stack up some damage. Oh, 2 Razor Gales.
More likely he found. I think he found 1 Razor Gale with that last
the Fairy Whispers, yeah, and then drew 1 for turn.
Yeah.
And then Dominating Strike. So we're coming in for 9 damage. 1 base from Vanitas. 4 from the
10.
4 from the spellcasts, the 2 Fairy Whispers and the 2 Razor Gales, and 4 from Dominating Strike.
So that'd be 10.
Big swing here. 9, I think. Dominating is 4, yeah, 4, 4, and 1. 9, I think.
All right.
So first we see the other ability of Vanitas proccing, the one we don't see often. It's if you deal 7 or more damage to a champion, their next materialize costs 1 more. And then we also triggered the ability of Vanitas level 3 that says for every 3 damage you deal to a champion, you can activate it, and it costs 1 less. So 9 damage, -3, -3, -3. It's free.
Oh boy.
Quite the good turn here. So Vanitas will now be swinging for 3 every turn, and every time he hits, no matter the damage he deals, the next materialize costs 1 more. Quite the taxing effect.
Solid combo effect. Solid combo line here from Vanitas. I used to see this with Icebound Slams to get that free level 3. But seeing it in a Razor Gale is very interesting.
Yeah, this is more of the intended line for Vanitas to level up. Icebound Slam has been banned for a reason. So we're getting Safeguard Amulet, which has cost 1 because of Vanitas.
Mm-hmm.
So you still need 6 quest counters on this dragon, which will be hard to find. 6 for? Is it 10?
He's
12? I never remember.
You need 10. You need 10.
So 4 more counters, doable. Still probably 2 turns away. Ooh, there we go. The Expel the Departed. So we deal with 1 Razor Gale. That will help you save a lot of damage. Unfortunately, we already know, we've seen from those imbuing on Windmill Engineer that there is a Cycling Breeze in Vanitas's memory. So he'll be able to get it back. Let's see, we banish at end of turn. And what we find? Since Guojia banishes from memories but draws into hand, it can allow you to play some stuff at end of turn. So it would have been possible to draw an extra Expel the Departed here and activate it at end of turn. And we did.
Oh, he did. Yes.
That helps a lot. That's a lot of pressure off their back.
That should save him roughly maybe 1 or 2 turns.
Yeah, enough to maybe find
the damage.
Another Razor Gale.
Okay, so this is probably the aforementioned. If you shuffled 3 together, they're gonna end up together.
And just leaving it on the board, just saying like, yeah, I showed it to you. I'm just gonna cast it immediately after recollect. No need to bring it back to my hand. So this Fairy Whispers obviously paid off, but there's always this important decision to do because your Fairy Whispers before recollect can help you find relevant cards for your draws for the turn. But there's the idea that you can just keep it for after you bring back your Razor Gale to get that extra point of damage, since every card you activate is a point of damage. Holding them for later can be good. So how you play that is one of the big deciding factors in how you play Razor Gale. Another dominating strike. So we're coming in for another 7 damage, plus 1 from Razor Gale. So 7 is lethal, right? Goja is still at level 2, that's 22 HP.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep, and that is game.
Yep.
Player shows nothing in hand. The Expel the Departed, unfortunately, were not enough. You got exactly the cards you wanted, but sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, those expels were great. They just came at a late time.
It's always fun to see the decks doing exactly what they wanted to do. This line by Vanitas was the pinnacle of the deck. It did everything it wanted to do in exactly the ways they wanted to do it. And it's always great to be able to see a deck playing at its best. When you're crafting a deck, you're always imagining those ideas. You build your deck for the worst, but you really hope for the best, and this is one of the best. And as a player, Joel is probably very happy to see that here.
Like Razor Gales, yeah, exactly. It has kind of fallen off on it because of all that Fantasia hate in this deck, in this current meta. But it's still a very solid deck, especially when you high roll. Yeah, when you glimpse and you see your Razor Gales. I mean, if the opponent has that destruction, they have it. It is also interesting to see players using the Recollection deck. I really like the Gorjo deck. Unfortunately, yeah, like you see, it has its limitations when you put it up against like meta decks or upgraded ones.
Yes, definitely, but it still held its own in some way. You know,
Yeah.
it was rough at bits, but the recollections are really great decks that can
Mhm.
definitely be they're functional out of the box, and that's pretty much all you can ask for as a starting player. Um, there was this there's always this question that some players ask about why dungeon guides are not in the starter decks, and the while there's some value arguments, the idea of why they were removed is just that sometimes playing dungeon guides is a bad line. It can put you down 3 influence for
Mm.
leveling up. Well, that might not be the best idea. So a lot of
Mhm.
players were making their deck worse playing dungeon guides, so it made for a more functional new player experience playing the decks without the
I mean,
dungeon guides.
I think the design philosophy for Gorgia is you want to play it slowly because you want to banish those cards. Banish and draw at
Yeah.
the end step. So it is kind of designed to play a bit slower. Um, Now it is upgradable. You can do some things like the wind turbo CDU. Um, I like that the Gorgia deck can be upgraded to maybe like six. It has like 6 different decks that you can play into.
Yeah, a lot of very different decks, all viable, all very fun, and a lot of the cards are very relevant too.
Yeah,
Whatever you're
I'm
playing.
I'm particularly a very big fan of a Fire Aggro Suzaku.
Yeah, you're a Negro
Yeah,
player.
I you know the game gotten a bit slower, so I wanted to like just finish the game really quickly. Um, Win Series is definitely one I'm interested to try. Um, would like to see. I'm currently on Water Gembu. That one's very
Hmm.
fun. Byakko needs a bit more support. Needs something, just not there at the moment. Hmm.
I would agree on that. Yeah, it's
Hmm.
fun, but it doesn't have the talking about competitive decks. Good
Yeah,
is usually not enough. Decks needs to have that big advantage. They need to be more than good to be viable in a very competitive settings. And so a lot of the fine decks just don't have that edge. You need to be unfair in some way if you want to make a
yeah.
good deck.
I think the Byakko, the fates, the Emerald Fate Stones, the suppress. You have to suppress things to get the quest counters, and
Mhm.
suppress is quite difficult to do consistently, um, compared to the other three. But like if someone can unlock it, it'll be great. I like to see those like kind of like wide animal beast boards.
Mhm, mhm. It's also a bit rough with the given that everyone's already the favorite tech against all the Goja decks has been ensnaring fumes,
Yeah.
especially for assassin decks since they can play it for much cheaper, only removing 3 preparation counters. But
Mhm.
any win deck has considered running ensnaring fumes just to deal with those Shenjus. And
Mhm.
so the the big problem with having a white board is that it all goes back to hand and snaring fumes. You're even more vulnerable to that piece that you're already a little scared of.
Yeah. Right. So we're gonna go into a short break and then see how long we, and then we'll move on to round three. I will be hopping off, and you'll be seeing Jim the Eternal.
Yes, very excited to cast with Jim. Sure. The Yeti. So there will inform everyone, those that weren't already aware, if you want to play in a big event, have fun, get some Zafira packs. Yeti is also doing an online regionals on May 11th. This is in 3 weeks. 3 weeks.
Two,
Sun. Yes,
two-ish.
2.5. Yeah. Uh, so Sunday, May 11th. It's usually 7 rounds. It starts at 11 Central,
Mm-hmm,
and
mm-hmm.
it's always a great time. Come face those. Bring that Byekko deck and get that Mandate of Honor.
Oh, actually, on that, since it is May 11th, I have to remind you that Oceania Nationals is also on that same weekend, on May 10 and 11. So if those
Yes.
who want something to watch while they're waiting while waiting for the next Yeti round, you've got Nationals that will be streamed.
I will also say, take the opportunity. All the big players, all those true champion gaming players, they'll be in Oceania playing in nationals. So it's time to come and play the regionals while they're away.
Yep. Very good. Yeah, exactly. All those big names.
So the next round will start in approximately half an hour. We will be right back with you.
I'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm back here with JimTheEternal. We're going right into the game. We have Fire and Serene against Fractal Xiaochan.
Yeah, and we're off to a heck of a start. So 2 fractals on the first turn, not bad. Not quite 3 fractals. This isn't the nuts, but this is a great start for our fractals player.
Yeah, it's the best you can do without drawing your distant fractals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as a yes, yeah, exactly right. Only so many cards in your hand for you to be able to play 3 fractals on the first turn.
Yeah, when are we getting a draw 8 spirit?
Because
Something with
that
a
won't
downside,
completely
right?
obsolete the base spirits, right?
If the downside's big enough, maybe not. I just imagine both like 5 HP Fire Zender drawing 10 cards and trying to be faster than the other.
Right. So this is interesting. I'm not sure which promo card this is, but something played in
That's
Recollection.
the
Power Cell?
yeah,
Oh,
that's
it's backup charger. Wow.
yeah, it's the backup charger
I know
and then
exactly which
the
promo card this is.
Lucky Yuki
Mhm.
custom power cell.
Making the choice to use their fractals in order to pop the backup charger in Recollection, which is not usually how you see these cards used. Like he's actually spending a resource for that turn in order to make the backup charger work like that. But does guarantee his draw, does guarantee his tapped power cell, which he can potentially fracturize. So definitely a good setup going forward, especially if he's not feeling pressured.
Yeah, and sometimes you just have nothing more relevant to play in hand, so why not do it?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Meanwhile,
I guess an opponent
Wreckage,
running. Go ahead.
escape the wreckage on the Stalwart Shieldmates. You see the fractal deck, you know you won't need that taunter anytime soon, so might as well get it back to memory and maybe banish it on level up.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Both players are seeing sort of the course of the game right now. The Fractal player sees an early Stalwart Shieldmate, knows that they're not under a lot of pressure and can afford to make these worse tempo plays for the long-term advantage. And the Crux player on the other side, Sammy, is definitely knows exactly the pacing they need to play and where the threats are coming from. They know they need to watch out for spells, not so much needing to watch out for units.
Now the big question is, usually you see that Flame Sweep, you see that Lorraine sort of seeking the Stalwart Shieldmate. Maybe Perfy is expecting a Merlin here, or not an
Yeah,
answer.
I think that's right. I think most people in these circumstances would expect a Merlin. Now, you and I have the additional information. We kind of know where Sammy is headed from here, and that's I think in Sammy's favor actually, because the deck that he's playing, this Onsol deck, has a little bit more burst than Merlin. You can get some really big hits a little bit earlier than you would expect. So Perfy may feel like he has more time on the board than he does.
Definitely, and Ansel is a deck that has some very limited answers. It can do very poorly if the opponent has the right answers. The Resolute Stance can be very useful, those kinds of cards. But if you're not prepared for it, you need some very specific answers to deal against the deck.
Yeah,
And sometimes, if you're not expecting it, if you're expecting a Merlin, you just won't have them. There's a lot of glimpses in Xiao Chan, but that means a lot of opportunities to take the wrong decision and put the wrong card at the bottom.
absolutely. Yeah, Perfy could definitely make some wrong choices. Perfy could also use his resources in a way that kind of leaves him in a position that he doesn't have what he needs in order to deal with Sammy when Sammy presents his threats. But I'm expecting our fractal player here, Perfy, to have the glimmering refusal. And once they have the refusal, they're not going to leave any opportunity for Sammy to just play something for free.
Yeah, definitely. The other big downside of Ansel is that it does cost 6, so it's very vulnerable to any kind of negate.
Yeah, absolutely. And Glimmering Refusal doesn't leave a lot of holes, especially with the 5 fractal field now. So a Glimmering Refusal requiring his opponent to pay 5 extra to play for a card might as well just be a hard negate.
Very fast start. No ways that fractal players are this lucky in their early turns.
Yeah, this is really good for them. The 5 fractals, we've seen the Zhang Jiao already for the extra card draw. And Sammy also just kind of taking a lot of card draw, right? This is the second Escape the Wreckage we're seeing. So a lot of plus here. Not a lot of action really, but just a lot of increasing their influence and setting up for their future turns.
And here the gig is up. We reveal Lorraine 2. This is not Merlin.
Mm-hmm.
Funny enough, though, we have noticed there are 2 Incarnate Majesty and the Majestic Spirit in Sammy's sideboard.
Okay,
Pro-
so they have
Probably
the
the
potential to
perfect
bring out
matchup.
some good
Yeah.
extra threats later.
So we banish a Cruxite and Flame Rune Swordsman, I think. Yeah, that's the AMB art, right?
I think so. And what are we going to see for Sammy's level 2 turn? Is this just going to be more plus influence, or are we still just kind of biding time until we get to level 3?
Might just be a Stalwart Shieldmate again.
Right.
In a row.
No cremates, unfortunately. That would be really beneficial for Sammy here. But we are taking advantage of that extra power on Lorraine level 2 in order to deal 3 damage to Perfy here.
Yes.
Or did we just knock out Zhangzhou?
We killed the Zhangzhou for the card draw from Lorraine's level 2 ability.
Ah, that makes a lot more sense. This is why they're down there playing the game, and I'm up here telling people about it.
Oh, Dungeon Guide.
And all Dungeon Guide is exactly what you want to see here on a level 3 deck like and Soul. The sooner you can get leveled up, the better.
Yes, definitely.
Perfy has the opportunity to potentially interact with this, but sounds like we're letting it through.
If you're expecting Ansel, it's probably more worth it to keep your negates for Ansel itself instead of preventing the level up. There's no
Absolutely
inherent value to being level 3 here.
Yes, yeah, exactly right. Like you hit the Dungeon Guide and that gives you some tempo. That gives you another turn before level 3 is down, but it doesn't stop any of the difficult to deal with threats. And the threats are a lot lighter than ways to get to level 3.
It'd be a very different question if Perfy had already pushed a lot of damage, if we'd seen some early refracting missiles, and if we could be threatening lethal next turn. The negate here, negating the Dungeon Guide means essentially minus 4 health on the champion.
Yes, that's true.
In some ways, it's the right play to do. Here, though, Sammy's still at 0, so we're keeping that negate if we have it in hand. We don't know. For something more relevant later on.
And it looks like, despite that, Perfy is pushing the damage here. We're seeing an end-of-turn Shimmering Refraction using Diao Chan's activated ability, followed up by a Refracting Missile for a total of 11 damage in Sammy's end phase. Yes. Sammy at 11 now, out of 28, so another 17 damage. Burst Asunder will unfortunately need, quick math, 8 fractals on the field in order to get to that total. But we could be seeing yet another damage spell on top of a Burst Asunder, and that would be all she wrote.
The Refracting Missile used for the Scepter of Fascination on enter a draw card, and it will allow another card activation from Xiao Chan on the opponent's turn because it gives you back 2 Glimmer counters if you banish it.
Yeah, very effective move. Something that kind of provides you with resources that your opponent might not necessarily be expecting. A couple of ways to activate additional spells, which is something that the deck really, really benefits from. Here we are, another Refracting Missile. So this is going to hit for another 6 damage, putting Sammy at 17 out of the 28 total.
Burst Asunder would be enough, assuming there's no response here from Sammy. Do we go for it?
That's 2.
There it is. And there's
full
enough
combo.
There's enough for a Glimmering Refusal in hand even.
And the thumbs up from Sammy, moving on to game 2. So
very quick.
This is the power of the combo deck, right? This is essentially Erupting Rhapsody. This is how, when Fractals plays well, this is what it looks like. It's so much damage, it's so much burst, it feels practically unstoppable. Now, there's definitely ways that Sammy could have dealt with it. Sammy could have played a little bit more defensively. Sammy could have brought out something like a Safeguard, or we could have seen, potentially some other defensive tricks. But looking at his deck list, there's not that many defensive options for him, are there?
Definitely not in the main board. There's 2 Blanche, 1 Crystallized Destiny. Fast Cure can give you back just a little, maybe if the math is very exact. Fast Cure is enough to keep you alive. Apart from that, not much else. We do see a couple more things in the sideboard. There's a 2nd Crystallized Destiny, a 3rd Blanche. Safeguard Amulet was actually in the sideboard. It was not in the material deck in game 1, so not even an option there.
Yeah, that's a really rough game 1 for Sammy, but as we can see, a lot of cards coming in from the sideboard. Sammy knows what he's up against, and looks like he has some ideas as to how to defend himself in game 2.
Yeah, meanwhile, what do we have in the Diao Chan deck in the sideboard that would be... I see some Extricating Touch. Those are always great.
Yeah, I think for a
very
deck like Sammy's,
single combo deck.
Yeah, exactly. I
So
think against a deck like Sammy's that has some very specific threats in it, extricating touch could do a lot of work in keeping yourself alive. Portentous Tengu is some extra draw. Perfy does have a lot of kind of I'm not going to say aspirational, but situational cards for defensive tricks. So easy to bring out, say, the Nullifying Mirror for something like the Portentous Tengu or the Tariff Ring. And actually, if he's expecting on Soul, then maybe Tariff Ring is the choice.
Terraforming is indeed very good. It needs to be timed very properly, but at the same time, you're applying enough pressure as fractals that you pretty much dictate the pace of the game. If you can just buy one more turn with Terraforming, even if the opponent did not really have it, they're probably dead next turn, right? So
yeah, one more turn in a combo deck like Fractals with the power and the burst and the card draw absolutely could make a difference. We could also see a Censor of Restful Peace coming in, since Sammy's level 3 deck is definitely going to be a lot more reliant on floating memory than Perfy's combo deck.
yes, has shown to be running a lot of those. The Stalwart Shieldmate, the Flamer Swordsman, creative shocks that we didn't see, but a very powerful play for leveling up.
Absolutely.
I also noticed we didn't see game one, but Perfy is on the version of Fractal that is running Gildas in the main board.
Yeah, this seems to be sort of the new standard for Fractals. A little bit of extra punch early, so maybe that is one less Shimmering Refraction or one less Refracting Missile that you have to play before you can get the Burst Asunder to go off.
Yeah, very versatile. It's a card. Gildas is very easy to balance when you have a lot of fractals. Much easier to do the weird balance mat, and it's also very versatile as it's both a threat, but it's also an answer that helps you deal with those pesky allies that can swing at your face faster than you can build up your fractals.
Absolutely, and that's another place where the Fractals deck previously kind of lacked a little bit, is if you need to deal with opposing threats. If they had a 2/3 or if they had a Frostborn Paladin that was attacking you over and over, then you have to waste one of your precious attack spells in order to get rid of that unit, and that puts you behind on being able to kill your opponent. But Gildas handily deals with that problem. So Sammy, taking the first turn of the game, has that looks like a Clumsy Apprentice.
Yes,
looks like a
clumsy.
hasty.
Always a good turn. It's a clumsy apprentice. Always a good turn one play. 2 damage, but you draw a card.
Yeah, I didn't see the damage get marked. That was okay. Yeah, Clumsy Apprentice. Yeah, like you said, always a good first turn play. That extra card draw is great.
How many fractals will we see from Perfy this game?
That is a heck of a question. He is on the draw, so with that extra card in his hand, could potentially see 3 fractals, even with all of them being, 2 reserve cost fractals.
No matter how many you run in the deck, though, there's always the possibility of you breaking. I faced Fractal's opponents who didn't play a Fractal until turn 3. Obviously, not their game, and we see a Paladin turn 1. Do we have? We do have the Lost in Thought on enter, the nice, fancy player reward Lost in Thought.
What a beautiful looking card. And this is such a great start, honestly. It's not the fractals that we were looking for, so Zhang Zhao may be off the table for a little bit longer, but getting a 3 power ally onto the field like this, getting a little bit of extra damage or controlling the field a little bit harder, this is actually a really solid start for Perfy. This kind of takes the tempo of the match and puts it solidly in Perfy's favor.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of pressure, and the install deck is not running a lot of ways of clearing that Paladin. It's not Clumsy Apprentice and Stalwart Shieldmate that will do it. There is Flame Sweep for when we get to level 2, but that's in 2 turns.
And Sammy showing appropriate respect for this deck, not even going to level 1 initially, just starting off with that Safeguard Amulet. Safeguard Amulet, of course, one of the most important materializations that you could have against the Fractal deck.
It can slow down the Fractal deck a lot, but it's also this early very vulnerable to a Fracturize.
Now we're seeing that Hasty Messenger going in for a point and
discarding Honorable Vanguard.
A pretty good discard, getting that Floating Memory. I guess this is the point at which we'll see whether or not Perfy brought in the Censor.
Yeah, that in a way, there's always that dilemma of maybe putting it out now, deny that one float, or sometimes you greed. Maybe you keep it up. You maybe make your opponent believe that you don't have it, and then when they have 2 float in the graveyard, you put the Censor out, and you deal a much bigger blow to them.
That's true. It's just a much bigger denial of resources, like you say. We'll see where Perfy goes with it. We're seeing a Library Witch on Sammy's side, so a lot of small allies here, mostly either defensive or focused on gaining influence. So just like you said before, not really any way to clear the Paladin. So that's still a bigger, more powerful unit on the board than Sammy can deal with at the moment.
We are buying a turn with the Library Witch. We'll be able to intercept the Paladin, draw a card back, but it's temporary. It's just tempo. It doesn't deal with the Paladin in any way else stay on the board.
Absolutely. And Perfy could even take this opportunity to go after the Hasty Messenger instead.
Quicksilver Grail. I wonder what he'll choose to hide under that.
Choice. Usually what you see under the Quicksilver Grail for the Fractal deck is one of their one-cost regalia. So they use this as a way to kind of do a controlled banish. Frequently, this is Scepter of Fascination, although we also know that there is the Wand of Frost in Perfy's deck. So this could be just setting up for a future turn, but it could also be something tricky here.
Wand of Frost could be a very interesting answer to Lorraine level 2 trying to kill the Paladin.
Could very well be.
And Wand of Frost is not necessarily a card that you'd expect the Fractal deck to be playing. It's not rare per se, but it's not a card that everyone plays. Mm-hmm. So putting it on the Grail, probably a nice little misdirection. It's probably not what Sammy could be expecting here, especially this early.
Yeah. Speaking of misdirection, how do you feel about putting the Censor of Restful Peace under the Grail like that, just as a surprise in case Sammy goes for some extra float?
It could be very funny, but at the same time, since there's already one float in the graveyard here, there's not really a window where you crack it. Like, you wouldn't crack it this turn, because why waste the Grail here? And you can't use it before that Vanguard is used. So if I had to bet on it, I would say it's probably not the Censor here.
Probably right. Although we are seeing another Lost in Thought get banished immediately.
That was
a fast cure, right?
That was a fast cure, and it was banished by the Fractal of Intrusion. So we're looking at the memory here and discarding the Fracturized Destiny.
Fractal of Intrusion. Oh, this works just like the Extricating Touch. This is a great way to handle some of Sammy's specific threats. And there it is. It is the Censor.
Okay, so yeah, it was it. It was it for the Fractal of Intrusion. Probably hoping to hit a floating memory from that discard, and that way shut down too.
Yeah, this is a very, very neat, kind of tricky way to do it, right? This lets him get value out of that fast cure floating memory while still playing the Censor in this same turn. Very cool to see with Quicksilver Grail. Just controlling the timing of your Materialize, delaying it until the end of your turn, as opposed to the start of your turn.
We are leveling up, but we are quite down in influence now.
Absolutely, yeah. Leveling up from hand at this point. Not a whole lot of cards left over for Sammy. Sammy's down to what? 6 influence, I think? 7?
With that card draw, I think it's 6.
Mostly influence neutral plays, but of course, Perfy's at this point just sitting back. Like, okay, you've got a Library Witch. I have no reason to kill that Library Witch for you. I'll let you do the work and instead protect my own life total with this Interceptor.
And we're going for the backup charger draw using the fractals again. So saying we probably have not much in hand. We're happy keeping this position, building up some fractals.
And this is sort of the furthering his own game plan rather than trying to interact too heavily with Sammy's game plan. This is the move of someone who feels like he's not under too much pressure and has the time to play around with his resources in order to draw more cards and set himself up for a better turn later.
The big advantage, since Ensel is such a cost-heavy card, by removing influence like that with the Fractal of Intrusion, even if Sammy is leveling up, he'll be turns and turns away from me being able to activate that Ensel.
That's true. And depending on what defensive tricks he brought in, we could also have seen the Extricating Touch hit one of those. That might have been an additional thing that Perfy was looking for. Or the Fractal of Extrusion, rather.
Yeah, surely. So we see the ornamental greatsword. So possibly trying to go for a kill on the paladin here. We technically
That
have
seems
4
like
damage.
a pretty aggressive play. Did we see what he indicated for the ornamental greatsword? Which ally got
I
the power?
don't see a die anywhere. Seems a
Sounds like it was the hasty
hasty.
messenger.
So we're going for 2 here, discarding a dungeon guide, because as we've seen from the Fractal of Intrusion, there's 2 in hand right now. I only need 1 of those.
3 damage and then the 4th damage from the champion.
Yeah, but sadly that means it's essentially a free attack by the Frostborn Paladin, right? They can retaliate here. And so that Library Witch has not actually blocked any damage this turn.
Yeah, honestly, this is probably exactly what Perfy was looking for. This is almost the best case for him. Getting that extra damage onto the opposing champion. Not preventing any more attacks from the hasty. I think preventing some attacks from the hasty would have been nice as well.
And we draw the Flame Rune afterward, which is an interesting play. Possibly the right one, because it gives you a lot of board presence. But so it's valuing more having the Flame Rune on the board than not taking damage to the face from the Paladin Retaliate. Because you could have played the Flame Rune earlier and used that to go at the Paladin along with the Hasty.
Yeah, Semi making the choice to use their own health as a resource in order to protect their attacking units. And that might be the right choice, especially given how fast Perfy got the kill in the previous game. Sammy probably feels like he needs to put some pressure onto Perfy, put Perfy on the back foot, so that Perfy has to spend his resources keeping himself alive rather than killing Sammy off.
Also a great use of the fractals to pay cost by Perfy, putting the now useless fast cure into memory to pay for level up, since Sensor Vestral Beast is symmetrical, it disables your own float just as well as the opponent's. Another Paladin, sadly locked, no floating memory for this one, but we do clear the Flame Root Swordsman.
This is kind of a defensive play. So even though Sammy currently at 11 out of what, 19, 20? How much does Lorraine have? Lorraine has 20, right?
20.
Yeah. So even though Sammy only has 9 more health to, Sammy only has 9 more health to go through, Perfy has decided to take the somewhat defensive play of clearing the board a little and slow down Sammy's aggression here.
Just pulling out swords from Sammy here. Interesting. So obviously it's a way of building back influence. You don't exactly have a lot of Gardra in the material deck, but you can still pull something out for the future, get some impact on the board one way or another, because you don't want to be leveling up here to not lose that much more influence in your hand. You need it to be able to interact in one way or another.
Yeah, exactly. Sammy is in a bit of a threatening position here for their usual game plan. Not quite enough influence to go all the way up and then still be able to do the things that they want to do. But maybe they've decided to just stick at level 1, maybe go to level 2 if they need to in order to keep themselves alive, but just keep this ally pressure coming forward and try and hurt Perfy sort of more in the mid game rather than their usual and like late game on soul strategy.
It definitely sounds like it, especially with that hasty discarding an Ansel. That clearly indicates that you're not planning to go for your combo line anytime in the future.
Yeah. Perfy now at 5 damage out of the 19 that they need in order to die. So still a ways away, especially given that these attacks are coming in kind of chipping, sort of nickel and diming Perfy in terms of health, right? 1 damage here, 2 damage there. Not a lot of damage coming in.
We also went straight for the face, which is interesting because you're applying pressure, you're putting Perfy closer to death, but that means leaving the Paladin on board, which will be able to deal with one of your allies every turn, thus lowering your board pressure.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm wondering whether Sammy has a plan for the late game at this point, because it looks like Perfy is committed to sort of playing for that late game, the way that Sammy would prefer him to do, right? There's not a lot of burst coming out of Perfy right now. Perfy's not trying to deal extra damage to the face in order to get that win. He's playing to the board, which means the game is going to go a bit longer and may actually give Sammy that extra room that he needs in order to get to his late game.
Yeah, we'll see what we can get. I feel like in some way, Sabi might be sad that Perfy has not played any Zhengzhou yet. Probably, maybe holding on to a Flame Sweep or something and hoping to draw more than one cards off of that whenever leveling to 2.
Could very well be. Here we see Sammy leveling to 2, though, deciding that it's time to give up on some of that influence in order to get the extra value. And this is probably when he's going to take out that Frostborn Paladin.
Yeah, we see Hasty, and I think that was an Ansel.
We also saw an extra dungeon guide discard from the Creative Shock. So unless Sammy is holding on to a third dungeon guide, that sounds like there's very little plan to go to level 3 here.
Is there any answers to this swing, to this probably Paladin removal by Perfy? I don't think there's anything in the deck.
No, for the most part, the Fractals deck isn't that concerned with whether or not their allies live or die, so not a lot that they can do. Maybe prior to the attack, they could have done something about the sword, but at this point, the damage is what it is.
So we draw a card, we push for 1 more damage, and then let's see how we'll set up for the future. And that seems to be just keeping a full grip and holding, or at least bluffing, that you have an answer for a kill line by Perfy.
And here Perfy goes, looking for that kill line. Shimmering Refraction coming down, but Sammy, now at level 2, has the ability to fast play Blanche. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Blanche comes down, so now with Blanche on the field and 2 cards in memory, 2 damage will be prevented from this Shimmering Refraction, which would have otherwise be hitting for, looks like a mere 4 at this point, fairly light damage.
And wasting one of those big damage spells for 2 damage is not exactly what Xiao Chan wants to be doing. But here we see a Glimmering Refusal negating the Blanche. Not enough cards in hand. Again, all those early denials that Perfy has been doing, the Censor of Restful Peace, the Fractal of Intrusion, now make it so that there's no way, barely not enough to pay for the Glimmering Refusal. It's only pay 4. Well, only, we say.
Yeah, only. 4 is backbreaking. Yeah, and in this case, just like you said, Sammy's been chipped away so bad that he doesn't have the ability to respond to anything anymore. Only 3 cards left in hand. Not enough to save his Blanche, and probably not enough to really prevent Perfy from making the next move here. We've got a Crystalline Mirror coming out.
Yes, the always reliable answer to Safeguard Amulet. So we're dealing with the Clumsy Apprentice. Still, well, there's no use in swinging face since there's always the Library Witch. So clearing allies, it's just some extra value. Obviously, the Zhangzhou has been played for the draw too.
Right, yeah, which again shows Perfy not feeling pressured here, right? Feeling like the long game is theirs to win. They can go long. They don't need to use Zhangzhou to keep themselves alive. They can just get that extra influence.
Oh yeah, very safe. So there was a 3rd dungeon guide, and it has just been banished for a Drawn Blade. Desperately looking for something here on Sammy's part, I think. Not a position you'd usually want to be in.
Yeah, spending the extra 2 cards to go to level 3 at this point would definitely give Sammy that extra health buffer, so potentially useful, but it would also cost Sammy a lot in terms of the resources they have available.
At some point, it might be worth as a pseudo Vanitas kind of thing. You already have 2 swords in banishment, so your Lorraine would be swinging for 3 with all of those swords on your board. So it could be a way of pushing for some damage, slowly but surely. I don't think it's a game-winning line, but it's worth considering.
Yeah, it's just so slow right now, right? You still need another 13 damage to get Perfy down. And are you going to do that across, what, 3 turns with 3 different swords? It's a rough place to be for Sammy, for sure. Cremation Ritual could potentially help if it goes through. And it, one way or another, does get that Library Witch off the board.
Does. Also does not get negated. So the sacrificing the Library Witch is a cost. Even if the Cremation Ritual was negated, it would have still drawn 1 card. But there was probably a consideration here to negating the extra 2 card draw, leaving the already resource-starved Sammy even more empty-handed.
And Perfy either doesn't have the refusal or opted to save it for something more threatening than just influence. Because that makes sense from either perspective. I think playing against Sammy's deck here, you know what kind of big threats Sammy has, and it's not, half the deck. It's a couple of cards. So any individual negate is going to be really powerful in terms of how it affects Sammy's chances to kill you. We are seeing that Crystalline Mirror knock out the Safeguard Amulet, which is such a powerful play. It's water not heavy on ways to deal with Regalia, other than Fracturize. The Crystalline Mirror, a very powerful card here.
Yeah, just the reliability of always having a way to deal with those items in your material deck. And then combined with the Fracturize, we're just setting up for the big kill lines here.
Yeah, here comes the Refracting Missile. So Perfy deciding now is the time to start pushing damage. This could be it, right? The Refracting Missile on top of a Burst Asunder here with 5 Fractals out on the field. That's 18 damage all told, if there's the Burst Asunder.
The Burst Asunder by itself is 12. Yes, it's 18.
We are seeing... Not actually sure what that card is. I know I've seen it before. Crystallized Destiny. Yeah.
Yes, Crystallized Destiny from Sammy, but that's met with the Delivering Refusal, the last card held in hand by Perfy, and then shows that there's more damage hiding in memory for next turn. That will be enough. Thanks to the Scepter
only 1 more damage spell. Well, it was a very quick victory for Perfy. Dealt very well with the opposing somewhat slower deck. So this is almost exactly where a combo deck like Fractals wants to be, is a deck that isn't putting that much pressure on them.
Yeah,
and
definitely
gives them the chance to draw the cards they need in order to deal with almost anything.
Yeah, the advantage of both the advantage of and disadvantage of being a combo deck is that you're running a little less interaction to play more to your own kill lines. And so the faster combo deck tends to win out in this situation. And here, Fractal has shown to be much faster than Ansel and to run better interaction. Glimmering Refusal is such a powerful card.
Yeah, Glimmering Refusal is amazing. It's the synergies of the Fractal archetype, giving you the extra negates on Glimmering Refusal, practically a hard negate under most circumstances. And then the ability to use Crystalline Mirror as an easy way to stop defensive Regalia. There's just so many useful tricks available to the Fractals deck.
Yeah, and it shows that there's often a, depending on the deck you're playing, probably you need to run more answers to Fractals than you usually think you would be doing. We've seen there were, I think, a couple of disenchants in Sammy's sideboard, but apart from that, not a lot of respect for the Fractal deck.
Right. I think the things that people usually use, like you said, disenchants. There's a number of other ways to deal with Phantasias. We see Mystic Purifiers every once in a while. Disenchant is good. Expel the Departed, also good. Especially as a fast answer compared to disenchant. Go ahead.
Also, that's a weakness of fire in a way. Every element has its strengths and weaknesses, and fire is not that well equipped at dealing with Phantasias in any way.
Yeah, absolutely right. Fire's defensive tricks usually deal with just dealing damage to things or Regalia hate, which is well and good, But that ends up in this kind of environment, Fire is a lot more focused on their own game plan rather than interacting with their opponent's game plan.
Another thing I've noticed is that Sammy was not running. Oh no, sorry, he was running Grand Crusader's Ring, but there's always the possibility of running Quicksilver Grail. You know your Safeguard Amulet is vulnerable to those crystalline mirrors, to those unstable fractals, to fracturize. So sometimes, yes, it slows down your own game plan. Grand Crusader's Ring is obviously one of the best Divine Relic for a lot of reasons. Card draw is so powerful.
Absolutely.
But sometimes that card draw is useless if you die before you can get to your own game plan. So you you have to make the concession of running Quicksilver Grail instead.
Yeah, Quicksilver Grail is definitely a hotly debated choice. I think against the fractals for sure. It's one of the best defensive tools you have access to is putting a Safeguard Amulet underneath that Quicksilver Grail for the extra layer of sort of ablative regalia. But it also gives you a lot more different options when you are materializing, right? Grand Crusader's Ring is very clear, very straightforward. Get an extra card, further your game plan, up your influence. But Quicksilver Grail just gives you sort of more tricks. And that is exactly what you need when you're up against a deck like Fractals.
Obviously, Ansel is not a deck that has the most to get from those tricks. By definition, the deck is kind of locked to losing access to that whole toolbox of regalias by filling the Meteor deck with more swords. So there's that big trade-off there, and it's partly why the deck hasn't been that popular recently, because all those tech pieces in the Meteor deck are so necessary in some ways to deal with the current meta.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you kind of alluded to this before. The Onsel deck is a very focused deck. It has exactly one game plan. It doesn't really have any kind of buyout options like a lot of the Assassin decks do with Slice and Dice. It is very focused on getting to level 3, playing in Soul, and then smashing with all of these Regalia, all of these swords. But when you're that focused, when you're kind of that streamlined onto your one game plan, if your opponent is also streamlined onto one game plan and plays just a little bit faster, that's going to be a really tough match for you to win out.
So we still have around half an hour until the next round. Very, very fast games and a 2-game round instead of a full best of 3. No tight third game. I want to show off a little bit, interest our viewers to what they can get if they decide to join Yeti in the future weeks. I just received today my player rewards for the season. So you can show this off. I sadly only got a goal as I didn't make a send in this season.
Yeah.
And
I only
that Lesson Thought was the one I really wanted. So these you get for free, depending on the rank you get at the end of the season. You don't even need to place that well. You don't need to make good events. Just playing, getting those veterancy points up, just a couple of points in EP. You can very easily hit gold at the end of the season and get almost all of these.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, it just takes consistency. Just go to locals or play in the webcam events.
We have the nice Staggering Strike as the bronze rule for this
pretty.
season.
And such a newly relevant card too. Now everybody's playing this.
Yeah, no one played it last season, but now Tristan is slightly coming back, and it's
like they knew.
Very versatile. The True Sight is great. A lot of aggro decks are playing it, not only to deal with stealth allies, but just in case your opponent is playing some Vanish from sites or whatever. Mm-hmm. And obviously removing 3 prep counters is great against all the Slice and Dice decks, all the Tristan Shadow Strike decks. Silver Reward was this Cone of Frost featuring Kongming. Love the foiling on this one, all the ice in the background.
Not a lot of Water Mage decks around these days. We saw a little bit of Water Merlin, but not a whole lot lately.
That card was also very fun in Water Merlin, but it's not the type of deck that thrives right now. We'll see if someone can do something with it. There's been a couple of new Kongming cards that I'm excited to see if people play, but I haven't seen anything yet. Finally, the gold reward is this Lost in Thought that we also saw Perfy play just now, featuring Jiao Chan with her nice umbrella.
The playmat featuring this art, I think, debuted at Ascent Seattle and was the first thing sold out at the Ascent store. Everybody loves this art.
Oh yes. I also got the judge promos for all of you inclined in learning the rules. Just judging your locals can get you some more nice promos. So go ahead, do the judge test on Omnidex. It's free. You can try it every week, even if you fail. There's no penalty. And all the judge promos have been featuring Arisano. I know she's a very popular character. Kind of funny that most of the promos have been mage cards. We've had the Careful Study and Turn 2 Mana. So yeah, a lot of, again, free rewards that anyone can get if they just play the game. So come join the weekly Yeti. It's very casual, friendly. We even all the experienced players love helping you just play out your deck, having fun with you. Just come, bring anything, you'll have fun. And we also have more competitive events for everyone. There's the Yeti Online Regionals, the second one coming in 2 weeks, May 11th, Sunday, 11 Central, and a couple of big tournaments this weekend, right?
Oh yeah, this weekend is going to be absolutely on fire, and I think so the two major events happening this weekend are Ascent Kuala Lumpur and the European Nationals event. And I'm not exactly sure what the timing of those streams are going to be, but I think it's sufficiently staggered that you could probably spend your entire day, whatever timing, watching Grand Archive and still have some content left over for afterwards.
Oh yeah, and we'll have great players and great casters in both of those streams.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a great weekend.
So we should still have around 20 minutes, I think. We'll take a short break and be back with you for round 4.
It's like a plan. See you then.
Welcome back, everyone. Round 4 is starting very shortly. We already have the matchup for you. We'll have a Fire Suzaku deck. Quite interesting build. It's much more mid-range, using the value of the Phoenix than just going for the aggro lines that you usually see, against a Water Luxem deck.
I love the idea of a Water Luxem deck. I think everybody at this point is familiar with Fire Luxem and how that works, kind of the turbo to 3 and then take advantage of the Luxem tools. And Wind Luxem is sort of the latest iteration that people are playing with, kind of a little bit more of a mid-range approach, a lot more staying on level 1 and level 2 in order to play to the board and set themselves up for a later level 3. I am so excited to see what a Water Luxem variant of this deck looks like.
I think the main thing they're running it for is, well, Fracturize obviously is a great answer to so many things. No matter the meta, Fracturize is always good. I think the other card they always run, and let me see if I can find it, is Shroud and Mist, an assassin card that gives stealth to you and all your allies.
So a lot of really good defensive tools. That's great to see.
That's what
Water
is
is
all
generally known for kind of their ability to defend, their ability to keep their opponent off of their own game plan. So that seems like it fits really well with the way that Luxem usually plays.
And compared to it's much closer to the usual Fire Luxem list that we see with like heavy Luxem focus than the Wind Luxem that's popular these days, that has Luxem Sightlight Weaver's Assault, but it's really just a side plan to the deck if they need to go
right. Yeah, this running, it looks like 18 Luxem cards, which typically you see like 18 to 20 in sort of the very heavy level 3 focus decks.
Another very interesting card that we'll see, the Edward on Guojia, is running in Fire Guojia, the Pelagic Fatestone, because there's no Ellen bonus on it, right? You can discard it with Creative Shock, use it to pay, have it on the board, and then like Cremation Ritual it away, and then use it to pay for another level up again afterwards.
Yeah, so I think this card is actually better in Fire than it is in Water, since you have better ways of getting it into your discard. You have a lot of controlled discards in Fire, and Water, you're kind of just running the Water Casino, right? So it's very, very cool to burn Floating Memory and get an 0-3 out of it.
And
but
so
here we are.
This deck is relying a little bit more, I think, on the funny Suzaku combo where you just like sacrifice it multiple times in a turn to attack like 3 times with it.
Yeah, just getting a bunch of fire cards in the yard and then burning them in order to bring Suzaku back to the field, awake and ready to attack again.
Let's see, we have a fast cure from last start that leveling up early. All the classic Luxem's underlines. Not much difference here. So the deck will play very much the same as you're used to for Fire Luxem, just with different defensive options when they need to.
Sure, and both of the decks very focused on getting their class bonuses online, right? So getting Xander out at least to level 1, but probably rushing to 2 and 3. Versus the Guoja deck, very much focused on getting Guoja online, and then less focused on leveling up from there.
Yeah, more focused on trying to stack those quest counters for Suzaku. Resolute stand here that will deny the draw from Thieving Cut, since preventing 3 damage, there is no one hit.
Pretty good choice here, very effective.
It's always very rough as Luxem if you don't get those early neutral plays.
Right, yeah, turning a neutral play into a -1 play is just really strong against any deck that's trying to keep its influence up. And here comes our fabled Fate Stone. And of course, as a result, Edward needs to reveal all of the cards in their material deck. So we're showing them off now.
Yep. Clarifying everything that we've seen. It's very small on webcam. You know, it's much harder than just handing your material deck over to your opponent. So we play the Band of Burning Verdict, which is not always played in Guoja, but here the ability to get to recite is a little bit more valued since we're, as I've said, a little bit more mid-range. Also mainboarding the Quicksilver Grail.
Yeah, Quicksilver Grail, I think, really betrays the game plan here, right? Letting you know that it's something tricksy rather than something straightforward. And we'll see what this next turn looks like. What kind of additional cards are we seeing out of this deck? What is Edward going to be using to further his board position here?
Or Fate Stone is good. Very powerful against Luxem, since Luxem tends to like to recover a lot.
Yep, Coiled Fate Stone would be the one that flips into the 3/3 that prevents your opponent from recovering.
Exactly. It takes 3 turns to do so. You need to rest it, paying 1 to deal 1 damage to each champion. You stack age counters on it, and at 3 it flips.
And just using his very thoroughly fired deck here, discarding 2 cards at random to the Coiled Fate Stone, both of them fire, drawing some extra cards.
I think the Hasty Messenger is also something you don't usually see in Fire Suzaku decks.
Yeah, most aggressive decks aren't running the Hasty Messenger. The Hasty Messenger is to generate value more than it is to deal damage. It gives you a little bit of card velocity, seeing more cards out of your deck, but most importantly, it puts a fire card into your graveyard.
Yeah, exactly. This is closer to Erupting Rhapsody Hasty than a Merlin Hasty that we're seeing.
Yes, yeah, this is building up resources for some bigger turns later on. Is that a...
That's the SP2 Serum of Wisdom.
I was going to say Black Market Broker, but that clearly not. Serum of Wisdom here allows you to glimpse 3 and then draw a card into your memory. Very similar to a Scry the Skies or Idle Thoughts. Not Idle Thoughts, the other one. Navigate the Streets.
Serum of Wisdom is an interesting card in Luxem because you can keep it if you don't need any more cards to get that glimpse and draw into memory when you level up to 3, and that way trying to get an early Luxem card into your memory.
Yeah, and that is exactly when you want a specific card in your memory. So it's very good to set up for the future. The Portentous Tengu coming down for Edward, giving him that extra card draw, giving him that extra quest counter. Moving forward now with, looks like 3 quest counters. Should be probably more than 2.
At 5, I think. I think that's a 5.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense.
Also, discarding the Blanche is very telling of the game plan here. It's clearly indicating that I won't need this protection against your Lightweaver's Assault much later in the game. I will kill you before that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is definitely telegraphing a certain amount of confidence on Edward's side. Is this the Fate Stone of Revelations?
Yes, the Fate Stone equivalent to Baby Slime. You can also pay 6 minus your level to turn it into a 2/2 with no abilities.
So very much focused on the front half of this Fate Stone, just to keep playing neutral plays and getting more Fate Stones onto the field.
Very important, since the deck is running Lava Plume that deals damage depending on the number of other Fate Stones you have on the board. So Xander will level to 2. That is the proxy from that was given to Luxor's Map Invitational winners. The Open.
Some very, very cool promo cards in this deck. And just sitting on his hand here, passing the turn and giving Edward the chance to play.
Yeah, might play a Fasker or something. I'm not sure what is in hand right now. Probably not keeping a Shroud in Mist. It's a bit... Actually, it could be. Suzaku is quite close to flipping, so it could be trying to play around that potential early kill line.
It definitely has the cards to play it. While he has not everything has gone his way, his influence has mostly stayed pretty high. I think he's sitting around 8 or 9 cards.
So we crack the Tengu here.
Drawing an extra card into memory before moving on to Recollection and the draw step. Edward also very high influence. Almost all of his card plays have been neutral, and most of his materializes have been plus.
Also, very important here on the field, while the Coiled Fate Stone could be used to deal 1 damage to both players here and get the extra quest counter for Zaku. In fact, could have been used in Recollect to do that. If you flip it, it's a 3/3 ally, so it's now vulnerable to some of the removal that Xander has, including Thieving Cut. If you keep it at 2 there, you can wait to flip it until Xander reveals a Luxem Sight and deny the recover that way.
Yeah, very useful to get kind of a situational recovery prevention like that. And instead, we're getting that extra quest counter from, I believe this is the Fate Stone that turns into a cheetah. Man, I really need to get these names down.
The Fate Stone of Unrelenting. Yes.
That would be it, yes.
It's hindered, so enters rested, deals 1 damage to target unit on enter. You can banish 2 fire cards from your graveyard to flip it. And then the cheetah itself has on it, you can banish it and bring it back to the field. It comes back on the Fate Stone side, so it does 1 more damage. Rinse and repeat.
And in a deck like this, it is almost a mini Suzaku. Suzaku requires 3 fire cards in your yard in order to come back from death and deal an extra 4 damage, whereas the Fate Stone of Unrelenting requires 2 fire element cards in your yard in order to smack in for an extra 2 and then re-enter the field for an extra 1. So 3 damage for 2 cards.
The other interesting interaction here is that so Suzaku comes back after dying. You have a lot of ways of doing that in your deck. You have a lot of cremation rituals and broken promises to sacrifice it, but they're all costs. So even if Xander has an incapacitate, you're preventing the card draw from those cards, but you're not preventing the actual sacrifice itself. So Suzaku will come back and be able to attack again.
We are seeing a Fracturize out of Glass in order to set up for that level 3 using the floating memory from the Fracturize and 2 cards from hand. Is that 2 cards from hand, or was that also more floating memory? I didn't quite catch what
I think that was...
Oh, yeah. He played Fracturize and then used the 2 cards that he used to play Fracturize.
So that is 3 cards. 2 Lava Plume Fate Stones in Xander's Recollect, stacked on top of one another since they're fast. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 each. Yeah, there's 6 Fate Stones on the field, so they each see 5. So that's 10 damage.
10 damage in response to the Materialize of Glass while he is still at a max of 22 health. This would be +1 on.
Will force the lineage release. But that's still a lot of damage and putting Glass very low.
So the 6 heal, 6 what? He's dead?
Oh yeah, the Coiled Fate Stone flipping prevents the recover, as I mentioned earlier.
Incredible job. Yeah, it's just set up exactly the way you called it, Bani, with the Fate Stone, with the Fate Stone flipping at the final moment, in order to prevent the recovery from the Serene Spirit. Really, really good setup from Edward, and kind of timing his kill turn exactly right.
Yeah, the Coiled Fate Stone makes for some very weird plays where you probably need to lineage release much faster than you would normally be used to. Even if you lose some recovery from that, maybe you're only like getting 4 health back. You still need to do it early, and possibly lose access to those few water cards, because otherwise you'll get trapped from it that way.
Yeah, so that was a yet another quick round. The entire tournament seems to be going in this way. A very not as aggressive a deck as you might expect from a Suzaku deck, but very well positioned to take advantage of an opponent who is not putting much pressure onto the board and playing out their cards in an almost combo-y way, sort of using Fate Stones like fractals in order to synergize with the rest of their cards and getting a bunch of burst even this early into a game.
The deck seems to be especially tuned against Luxem. Very, very good matchup for Edward here, and very good deck building too. Let's look at their sideboards. I don't think there's much Edward really wants here. The Beastbone Boots are not useful against Luxem, Lightweaver's Assault. Table of Salvage is there for the mill matchup. You don't need it. Verdant Protective Trinket. There's not much that you really want to prevent playing. This deck is very low on water. You know, it can stop Fracturize, but that's not too much.
Yeah, not running a whole lot of negates. Definitely not running a lot of stuff that, as you said, responds to an opponent. Cards that need to be played on your opponent's turn.
The extra Resolute Stand could come in to stop another Thieving Cut like we've seen, but it's nothing really required in your sideboard. It's more to taste. Glasses, though, let's see.
So we'll definitely see some blanches coming in from Glasses.
Very useful.
Sideboard. We saw a lot of spell damage, which is typical from a Suzaku deck.
The extra Resolute Stands would be really good against the multiple Suzaku attacks.
Absolutely. And Song of Frost, potentially a thing that could come in order to stop Suzaku from hitting.
The more water you put in, though, the more vulnerable you become to that Verdant Trinket that may or may not come in from Edward.
And the more reliance you have on not releasing your spirit in order to get that 6 recovery, the more cards in your deck that are now dead once you need to heal.
There's also a single striking Illuminance in Glass's sideboard, and that's the kind of matchup where you could play it. It's a much faster kill line than the usual double Lightweaver, so sometimes trying to go for that and try and outrace the aggro deck can work, especially since Suzaku does a lot of damage to itself to try and flip it. So
it's also another source of revealing from your memory. So potentially useful just to gain a couple of extra health by revealing your Luxem sites multiple times in a turn.
Indeed. As long as the Coiled Fate Stone isn't there to prevent all of that.
Right. Well, the game is very in progress at this point. What have we seen so far?
All those early efficient plays that we want to see. We see the Serum of Wisdom. We saw a backup charger, Fracturize on it. We see discarding the Pelagic Fate Stone that we mentioned earlier that turns into a dolphin that will be used to materialize some cards and get some extra value and probably be sacrificed for even more value later on.
This deck seems to really like sacrificing its objects in order to get value out of them. And the greatest thing about that is once you sacrifice the dolphin, it just turns back into floating memory.
Yeah, it's a 1-card value engine as long as you have some way to sacrifice it.
And here comes yet another Forest Cake. Just a bunch of ways to get value, keep your influence high, keep moving through your deck, and using this Hasty again just to dump more fire into the graveyard. Fire and or float.
I've played against Glass before. That's how I have this insight on the matchup. I just had this thought that hasn't been to me before, but Edward is running for Flame Recall, the new Guojia skill that deals 3 damage to 2 allies.
Interesting. I
And
haven't seen that in a deck before.
it's useful against allies matchup, but I'm thinking that in this deck, you can use it to maybe kill the bothersome ally on your opponent's field, and the other hits that you wouldn't care about otherwise can be aimed at your own Pelagic Fatestone to bring it back to your graveyard instead of having a sacrifice effect.
Yep, yet another way to get value out of that dolphin.
It can also be used to kill your Suzaku in a pinch. 3 is exactly what you need to kill it.
Well, already seeing the fate plume come down, the lava plume come down for. Oh no, this is the other one, the coiled one, right?
That is the coiled one, yes. That will prevent healing in the future.
So hard to tell these fate stones apart. But the discarding some extra fire cards and drawing some cards back. Always very good to fill up your deck. Fill up your graveyard, rather.
One of the few answers that Xander has here is, well, we already used a Fracturize on the Power Cell to keep that influence up in some way. A reservable is kind of like having extra influence. Mm-hmm. The Fracturize could have been kept for the Coiled Fatestone if you're expecting to recover. It's an item. It can be Fracturized.
Yep. Seems like Glass kind of likes his own game plan, I think, more than interacting with some of the cards on Edward's board. Seeing a fast cure from Glass.
That is what Luxem wants to do on average.
Yeah, right? Luxem's goal is to not care what your opponent is doing.
Exactly.
Fast cure to recover a few health and get a little bit more floating memory into the yard. And popping that Serum of Wisdom in order to stack the deck a little bit in Recollection here.
What will be played?
He's got the Fractal Rested. Yet another Fracturize. Aha! Now he's decided to interact with his opponent's board.
There we are. So probably targeting the Coiled Fatestone, which will be used in response to deal 1 damage, get the quest counter.
Mm-hmm. And that makes a lot of sense. This definitely a card that made a big impact in the first game, and I think Glass is aware that he doesn't want it to stay on the field long term.
And then we're choosing to kill the Hasty Messenger instead of going face. So clearly aiming for more of a long game. Maybe he's not sliding in that striking Illuminance, not trying to outrace the opponent in some way. Clearly going for your usual Luxem late game plan.
Yeah, this makes sense as a way to avoid giving your opponent the opportunity to fill up their graveyard even further. But also, like you said, betrays kind of a longer plan rather than going for face.
Oh yeah, the Farscape can be used to give a buff counter to the Dolphin, so it's now a 1/4. It's not completely useless on the field right now.
Mm-hmm. We've actually got a Dolphin going into the red zone. Probably going to see the Slick Torrent Rider here dealing some damage to Glass and making things move along. Not always you get an ally out of your floating memory. Usually it's the other way around.
Not always you see a water card on the field of the fire deck either, but
also true. 1/4 actually seems like it's going to be surprisingly difficult for Glass to deal with. A lot of like Thieving Cut, for example, deals 3, and until he gets up to level 3 and has 2 Lightweaver's Assaults, he's probably not going to be able to. Well, it doesn't matter. Dolphin's gone.
It's dealt with itself.
Yeah. And this is actually a perfect use of the Cremate here, right? Because the Dolphin goes back into the graveyard as another floating memory, and then you get the 2 cards off of the Cremate. It's just like cremating a Shield Bearer, except you didn't have to play the Shield Bearer in the first place. You could just create it from the graveyard, ex nihilo. Ooh. He's playing the wrong Xander.
That's the Unrelenting again. 1 more damage, 1 more quest counters. We're getting quite close to Suzaku. Mm-hmm. Very possibly next turn.
Looks like 4 quest counters right now. Next turn we'll get 1 more off of the Suzaku trigger, and pretty easy to find 2 more quest counters at that point, if that's the direction Edward wants to go.
You could also flip the Fatestone of Violation at any point, right? You have 4 in hand. There's the reservable fractal that is the coiled Fatestone. So you have 5. You can flip the 2/2 if you need to.
But here we go. We see Glass leveling up into Xander 2 here.
Yep, we're getting back to Juggle Knives, trying to keep that influence up.
Yep, not going for the Thieving Cut, which is the usual return here. I think he's aware of Edward's ability to prevent the extra damage and prevent the card from being neutral. So just sticking with the Juggle Knives as an easy way to make sure that your card play is neutral.
And then the other big advantage that Water Xander has is if you fracturize your power cell, your dungeon guide is that much better. You don't have to gamble on what third card to put down that you maybe or maybe not want to lose. You can play with a fractal, put 2 down, be sure to banish only those 2, and keep all the good cards in hand.
Yep, very easy controlled banish. And now playing Scry the Skies and then holding opportunity in response in order to play the fast cure, in order to get some of that extra recovery value here, while his influence is slightly lower before Scry the Skies gets the card back. Good play. Very solid understanding of the rules.
I think that's a bottom 3. We're just digging for Luxem cards at this point. And that's pretty much the whole game plan of Xander at this point. The Luxem cards give you so much value just revealing them every turn. All you really need to do is find more Luxem cards.
And we will probably be materializing Luxera's map for exactly that purpose on Glass's next turn. Just to get more Luxem cards out of the deck and set himself up for success in the future.
Edward seems to be going for level 2, perhaps? It's either that or the Band of Burning Verdict, the only two cost cards in the material deck. Probably the level up.
And I wonder if this is because he wants the level 2, or if this is because he wants the dolphin. Seems like this could go either direction.
It might be probably a why not. I can do it. There's no reason to not do it, right? That gives you a little HP buffer. It draws you a card.
And in Recollection, flipping that Fatestone of Revelations into the 2/2. So a little bit more aggression on the board this time. Not quite as much burst damage as last time, for sure.
I think we forgot the damage. No, we did not forget the damage from Suzaki, but we forgot the quest counter here.
Is that right? It looks like they're on.
I think
5.
it was at 5 last turn, was it not?
I think it was at 4, so 5 after Suzaki's trigger.
I mean, it might have been. My bad.
I mean, last turn, that was what, a minute and a half ago, 2 minutes ago. It's water under the bridge. But the young Wormling coming in for 2 damage here. Thinking about the next play. Are we moving forward or doing some math? Looks like some math is happening.
Yeah, just double checking to be sure. The 5 might be right.
Edward looks like clarifying something here. Nope, there's an extra counter on the Guoja, so maybe 6 is right. Looks like you were right, Bonnie. So the extra counter getting appropriately put onto Guoja now. And that math makes a lot more sense than Edward trying to count to himself whether or not he could do 22 damage here.
Quite relevant at this point, having to find another source of damage to get that counter or not.
That definitely makes a big difference. So how many fate-bound objects do we have now? We have 5.
1, 2, 4. There's 4 on the board because the Coiled Fatestone loses the Fatebound typing because of the Fracturize.
Right, when it becomes a Fantasia, it loses all of its subtypes as well.
There's, I think, 6 fire cards in the graveyard. That means a Cheetah Swing and 2 Suzaku Swing if we need to. It's not lethal yet, but it is pushing a lot of damage.
And burning 2 cards here in order to get the Cheetah activation, and then the Cheetah's on hit allows it to come back into play, back onto the field as the Fate Stone again, dealing another point of spell damage, which grants the extra quest counter that Edwards needs in order to flip Suzaku. Now they are at 7, and the world is kind of open to them here. I think they do still have enough fire cards in the yard if they were to sacrifice Suzaku in order to get that 8 damage swing, but it looks like they are staying back here. And
yeah, there should be 4 fire cards in that graveyard, I think. So 1 extra Suzaku Swing. Let's also clarify some interaction. There's that Forest Cake on the board. All the other Fate Stones, the Revelation that became the Wormling Drake, the Unrelenting that becomes the Cheetah, when they flip, they never actually leave the board. They change state on the board, let's say, but they never leave and re-enter, so you cannot use the Forest Cake on it. Suzaku, though, when it dies, it gets banished and then comes back. So when it comes back, you can apply the cake on it, sacrifice it to get a buff counter on Suzaku. Find an extra point of damage that way.
Exactly. The difference between it coming back transformed versus it coming back and then transforming. But moving on, passing the turn here without flipping Suzaku, I guess preferring that defense from interaction over getting in the extra 4 damage now.
Yeah, you know you don't have lethal yet because Xander is almost at full health, so you're trying to have protection against some of those possibilities. Xanders can always get Nullifying Lantern, swing at your Suzaku with a Thieving Cut, and prevent it from ever coming back.
We're seeing a Grail from Glass's side, and looks like Glass's. We see a Creative Shock out of Edward, so presumably Glass is passing the turn back here.
Are there no lanterns in? Interesting. So what could be under that Quicksilver Grail, according to you? So obviously, there's 2 different ways of playing Grail. Well, 3 different. There's always the one of using it to pay for cost, controlling how you pay for cost with it. But Luxem doesn't really run any regalia that has a cost, so it's not that here. It can be to prevent damage by surprise at the last minute, say putting a Savior Amulet under it. And sometimes it's just to protect an important regalia. For example, Terrafring can only be used in your opponent's recollect. So if you materialize Terrafring, there's a whole turn where the opponent can destroy it, say with Shatter the Brittle. So you could put a Terrafring under it, and
put a
only
Terrafring.
Yep.
I think you frequently find Chalice of Blood under Grails like this as well, given the opportunity to recover. So if your opponent doesn't quite do the math, they won't have the Chalice of Blood in front of them to remind them to do sort of that final hit all at once. So maybe you can take advantage of the way that they decide to assign their damage in order to pop the Chalice of Blood before recovering.
Yeah, baiting them into putting you to 20. Here, Expelled Departed will find some value dealing with the Fractal, just reducing a bit how many cards Glass can use.
Right. And as an influence neutral play, it is very easy to just toss out there and replace.
Yes, it is so much better in Guojia where you can draw cards with it.
Oh, he played the Shrouded Mist. So no attacks this turn.
No attacks, so it's a big setup turn. We'll get more influence. There's still no reason to flip the Suzaku. We are stacking 1 damage per turn every turn we don't flip with Suzaku, as long as we stay the Ruby Fatestone. And in a way, that's much worse for Guojia here than for Luxem, because Luxem can recover that damage. Meanwhile, Guojia is putting itself ever closer to a lethal line from Luxem.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising that we haven't actually seen any recovery from Glass yet. Maybe an unfortunate draw, but those Luxem sites are definitely going to be something that he's looking for. Ah, Luxera's map underneath the Grail. So this was really just to keep Edward guessing. It was entirely just to put Edward on the back foot, make Edward go through the same motions that we were going through, trying to figure out what could it be, do I need to play around it, when it was just Luxera's map the whole time.
Yeah, usually useful to protect it. Used to be put under Quicksilver Grail much more back when people were playing, especially fire decks were playing those slow speed regalia removal.
Mhm.
Now that there's Shattered Brittle and Reduced to Ash, putting it under Quicksilver Grail is not as useful because there's always a window where the opponent can destroy it, like in a recollection phase, before you're able to activate it. So we do see some Luxem sites. We are healing, and we are cracking that Luxor's map to find probably Lightweaver's Assault, if I had to guess.
That would be my assumption as well. Could be a Lightweaver's Assault, could be a Gleaming Cut, but Lightweaver's Assault is a lot more likely. This is, of course, a core part of the Luxem game plan. Regardless of your starting element, Luxem's end game is usually two Lightweaver's Assault back to back in order to deal 16 damage to your opponent.
Also, that new Regalia on the field is probably a custom proxy of Insignia of the Korhazi. You can pay 3, rest it, put a preparation counter on the champion. The preparation counter can be useful for slice and dice. Currently, Glass does have the low influence required to draw a card if they prepare something. But mostly, this card is used in Luxem to pay 3. Simply, you want a way to put cards into your memory at fast speed without actually spending a card for it.
Exactly, and any regalia or object on the field with a activated ability with a reserve cost is perfect for that purpose. Edward's Field's starting to look a little bit messy. There's a lot of objects here on the board.
Yes, some very limited table space too. Everyone trying to find a corner to play in. So sometimes you're limited in how much field you're able to show.
Yeah,
Still
exactly.
keeping it fairly clear.
And we're seeing the Portentous Tengu come down. That's an extra quest counter, as well as the opportunity to draw some cards, which he is immediately going to take advantage of.
A lot of cards in that hand.
Yeah, I think there's 7 cards down now, and another 6 in the hand, it looks like. 5 or 6 in the hand, so total influence of 13 or 14 after the draw.
Break. Yeah, that's starting to get very scary. There's also a lot of fire cards in that graveyard, so if we ever get to that timing where Suzaku will swing multiple times in a turn, it could end up being lethal damage all in one turn, which is pretty much required at this point, right? Xander is
that's
so much.
The usual way that you get through any Luxem deck is big burst damage, because if you're trying to do chip damage a little bit here and there, it's just all going to get healed up.
Oh, and we are finally transforming Suzaku.
Here we go. So let's see how many combo elements Edward has in store for us here. I'm expecting this to be an 8-12 damage turn for Suzaku, especially with all of the cards that Edward's holding on to here.
So first attack is for 4. We pay.
Are we going to see a cremation ritual? Are we going to see a broken promises? Quite a few ways in order to get Suzaku off the field.
Oh, the flame recall. So exactly as I called earlier, we'll have 3 damage at 2 targets, at 2 allies. So probably the Suzaku and the Torrent Rider, the Dolphin. Or not even. We're keeping the Dolphin on the field and only doing damage to a single target. Flame Recall does mention up to 2. We're banishing the 3 fire cards, bringing Suzaku back, sacrificing the cake to get that buff counter and swinging for an extra 5 damage. and then we'll try to do that again.
Yeah, still plenty of cards in Edward's hands, so pretty easy position to have enough cards to do something else here. Glass responding to all of this with Vanish from sight? No, that
Exploit Vulnerability, the card from the Tristan Recollection deck that says draw a card, and then if you prepare one, you can choose an assassin unit and give it the ability to destroy an ally on hit.
Yeah, so this is because it's prepared, drawing a card off of the insignia of the Korhazi, and then setting up for their dungeon guide to be able to hit and kill something. This
The
is pretty
dungeon guide is
cool.
not a valid target. It needs to be an assassin unit.
Oh,
It can
assassin
be,
unit. Okay.
it can be Xander itself. It's a unit, not an ally.
But the chances of Xander hitting something here are not super high. Well, that could be an attack card in hand, so that could also work.
Double lava
Two
plume
lava
Fightstone
plumes,
in
just like
response
last
to the
game.
Xander trigger. Triple lava plume Fightstone.
Ooh.
We are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 7. So 21 damage. Brings Xander to 30, which is not yet enough because there's
Not
still
quite
the
enough,
linear
yeah.
points. Just
the
1 point
recovery.
short. Just 1 point short. And that is the
No,
reason.
no. If that's 8, that's 24 damage off of the
2, 3, 4,
off of the
5,
lava
6,
plumes.
7, 8. It's other fate stones, so everyone
No,
is
heat
7
itself, is it?
damage. Yeah, it's 21, so that brings
Oh, okay.
Xander
Oh, it is
to
other. Yeah, you're right. Wow, yeah. So that'll put Glass after the Serene release at exactly 24.
Is there a concession where the is 9? Which one have I not counted? It's the
Faded keepsake counts.
keepsake.
Oh,
Yes, it
wild.
does count. Yes. It is. No, the faded keepsake is
No,
a
faded
inner
keepsake isn't faded.
accessory. It does not count. Is he counting the coiled fate stone by accident? It's all too late anyway. There's been a concession from the player here. They're shuffling their deck. It's a bit too
We
late.
don't have a judge to go and intervene at this point. But huh.
I think that was not lethal. I'm fairly certain that was not lethal. Unless the... Actually, the... Oh, it is our...
Is it not
right.
Oh no. His
no,
his life his life total on
life
yeah,
total
his
was
life
wrong.
total.
Yeah, I was basing myself on the corner of the screen, not the
Yes.
the players on the board. Yeah, that is correct. That is
Okay. Well,
all
after
good.
a lot of
All
back
good.
and forth, we have I think correctly come to the conclusion that 35 damage is enough to kill Glass.
35 damage is enough to kill most characters in the game.
Usually, yeah. So that is a actually one of the slower matches that we've had this tournament, right? But still a solid 2-0 for Edward. Well played. And
Yep,
very cool deck, right? Sort of the more mid-rangey Suzaku, not the fire aggro Suzaku, but sort of the spell-focused, almost combo-y Fatestone synergy Suzaku. That's very interesting. I love this list.
Yeah, it has some really great directions that we just don't see in other decks. The pelagic is something that we don't really see used this way in any other deck.
Yeah, and I do love pelagic Fatestone in a fire deck specifically. I think it's I think I was saying this before, but I think it's better in fire than it is in water. It's such a cool card.
Very much so. So yeah, huge congratulations to Edward for going 4-0 again this week. I think it's been more than a couple of times for him. Really great performances.
Yeah, and this was a good match too against a Luxem deck.
Yeah.
Maybe not like the most standard of Luxem decks, water Luxem as opposed to wind or fire, but definitely a deck that knew what it was doing and had some solid defensive tricks.
For a while there, the Luxem deck had a definitive advantage. That triple Lava Plume Fatestone just coming out of nowhere for a ton of damage.
This is triple fireball from Merlin. This is very
yeah,
strong.
exactly.
quite the burst potential. I mean, I guess it's only to be expected when you end up with, 13, 14 influence.
Yeah.
You probably have the cards to do whatever you want there. But
Most of the time, yeah. If you see your
very
opponent
wild.
with 12 cards in hand, you pretty much know you're dead very soon. You're at their mercy there.
Yeah, absolutely. Very difficult situation to try and get yourself out of. I guess the few reveals of Luxem Sight weren't quite enough to restore his health all the way down. That big burst turn.
Mm-hmm. And also not having those early Lightweaver's Assault, they would have been able to clear off the Wormling Drake, the transformed Faithful Revelation, and lower the damage from the Lava Flume by a decent amount if they had been there a couple of turns earlier to just clean that board a little bit.
Yeah, anything to get the extra fate-bound objects off of the field, right? The Wormlings fate-bound after they flip. So in addition to the 2 damage they do from attacking, they're also powering up the Lava Plume. Very, very good.
Yeah, it's just the very efficient mid-range deck that just stacks values in so many ways and then goes for almost a combo kill.
Very cool. So Edward takes 4-0, like we said, with this this very nifty Suzaku build. As well, we had one more 4-0, Krell's on a Water Fractals list.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty cool for that.
As always, the boogeyman of the format, pretty much
right, yep,
nowadays. Yep. You tech against it, and it's still not enough sometimes, as we've seen in previous rounds today.
Absolutely, it is a very fast deck and pretty resilient if you give it time.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Just again, all those good defensive answers just work, and they're so generic. They're applicable in pretty much every matchup, right? There's never a situation where you'd want to sideboard those glimmering refusals out.
Oh, no, those cards are useful everywhere. So 2 4-0s. Bani, do you want to talk about some of the prizing for the tournament? Are you familiar?
Yes, as always, every week, all the players that finish 4-0 will get a full box of the most recent set. So for this current season, it will be a box of Abyssal Heaven. Players with three rounds win, either 3-1 or 3-0-1, will be getting I think it's 3 extra event packs.
Nice.
And we also have news that the pricing structure will be renovated a little bit, upgraded in the upcoming months. So look forward to that.
In addition to
everyone,
the upgraded pricing structure, we have the May 11th Yeti Online Regionals coming up. So something else to look forward to.
Also coming with a lot of pricing, not only for people who top, but it's regionals, even if it's online. So everyone that participates gets a Sapphire packs, get those nice exclusive foils. So as a reminder to everyone, Sapphire packs, all the cards in the recollection decks or the starter decks in other seasons, all the exclusive cards are not normally available in foil in booster packs, since they're only exclusive to the recollection deck. So these Sapphire packs are the only way to get your hands on foils of those cards. Some of them very relevant. The Seiyuu that we've seen today, the Glimmering Refusal, the Faded Keepsakes, all those very good new cards. If you want to foil them out, bling out your deck, get those Sapphire packs, come play regionals.
Yep, potentially a lot of value out of those Sapphire packs. Very cool. Fun to open.
Very fun to open. And yeah, tune in to the big events this weekend, the Ascent Kuala Lumpur and the EU Nationals. Some great casters on both of those streams. You'll have a great time listening to those. And
yeah, definitely looking forward to it.
Good luck to all the remaining players in the event, fighting for that third round win. Maybe get those extra AVPs, get some nice CSR from that. The EPCSRs for this season it's Zayu, right? The mage guy that summons a book, and then Red Hair.
Sounds about right.
Exclusive CSR in the event packs. If you want to have a nifty CSR Red Hair, try and play in more tournaments. It's the only way to get it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I don't think I have much anymore, but
have a very good night, everyone. thank you for being here. Thank you for watching the stream. And go support your local G communities, play some events, have fun. Good night.
Good night.